Heavensfire. The realm of Valtheria, a temperate continent of lush natural beauty, elvish citadels, human fortresses, and dwarven strongholds, lies before you. The Vas'Kratoria, or Realm of the Queen, extends from Bastion's Hold, the center of the realm's military strength, at the southeastern tip of the continent, where the Sire River meets the ocean, to Frostfar in the north, beyond those massive, towering White Ridge mountains that form a central spine across the continent, and far to the northwest as well, into the savage lands deep in the Moriwood at the borders of the ancient dwarven citadel of Barak Tal, home to the former site and stronghold of Odror's rebellion, the 100 Years conflict. In the center of the realm lies the lush heartland of the Vas'Kratoria. The humble towns of Westoria, Brackenridge, Waterton, and Grainsville produce most of the fruits and grains, purified fresh water, equine steeds, lumber, and other fine trade goods to the Vas'Kratoria, while the dwarven stronghold of Iron Bellows in the White Ridge Mountains provides the realm with iron and steel. At the centermost point of the realm itself, just south of the White Ridge Mountains and southeast of the dwarven stronghold of Iron Bellows, lies the luminous towers of light, the shimmering beacons of the Adra Kalina, the City of Lights, the capital of the Vas'Kratoria, and the seat of its 300-year reigning monarch, Queen Valeria herself. To the east, at the borders of the realm, nestled at the edge of the Aleutian Sea before melding into the Velas Ocean, lies the free and independent port city-state of Cassandros, city of jewels and gems. Cassandros is a safe haven of trade and commerce for all free peoples of Valerian, the planet itself. Kairosian merchants from Phyros and the eastern continent of Karnos, Eladrin from the great border forests of Aganon, Tortles from Tortosia, yes, we went there, alabaster dragonfolk from the frigid reaches of Ichtharos to the north and the biting cold tundra, among countless others, can be seen amongst the boisterous crowds of Cassandros. Known as the center of progressive culture, the city itself is home to some of the finest restaurants, theaters, and libraries in Valerian. Though the Queen's royal military maintains a reasonable presence in this city, the Glistening Shields Company has protected Cassandros for centuries and become its formal bulwark of military strength. Nestled in the northeastern corner of Valtheria, however, is a recently constructed Kairosian Empire outpost, lined with towering walls of imposing, polished obsidian that come to form a sharp razor's edge, as well as strange technologies foreign to all, but the most knowledgeable of the Eroth Takal, the royal dragon keepers of the Vas'Kratoria. The Kairosian legionaries stationed here claim to be on an outreach mission of research and diplomacy. The Queen, of course, has her reasonable doubts, and this unsanctioned rapid development of a massive fortified outpost has become a pressing cause of great concern throughout the Queen's realm. The Kairosians themselves seem to have deliberately poised themselves by an ancient Arkassian tower that looms over the inlet from a rocky island 2 miles off the coast. All Vas'Kratorians who have tried to access the Arkassian tower or its secrets on the inlet have lost their lives in the attempt, never returned, or gone mad with mutterings of ancient technology and the fate of the gods. These haunted or cursed ancient ruins of the former Arkassian Empire are scattered throughout all of Valerian, providing an alluring morsel for curious researchers and daring adventurers alike. Though not all of these ruins have magical defenses, seemingly like those at the Forbidden Tower of the inlet east of the Kairosian outpost, they are most certainly amongst the most dangerous places in all the world. Beyond the magical defenses of these dungeons and ancient sites of power and technology, The depths of these ruins are home to deadly traps, unstable decaying architecture, hideous monstrosities unfathomable to the normal eye, overgrown insects, and sinister ancient evils of the great betrayer, Ariak, former lieutenant of the fallen deity Satyr. Beyond the encroaching threat of the Kairosian Empire, however, is the rise of fiendish cults of death, murder, chaos, power, and excess running rampant throughout every corner of the realm. Most notably, the cult of blood was recently vanquished from the underbelly of Bastion's hold, but not before a single prisoner, the only one caught alive, confessed to the machinations, mass murder, and sabotage of local civilians and infrastructure. Such occurrences are, unfortunately, all too common these days throughout the realm. All of you yourselves, however, have found yourselves by fate or the hand of the gods on the Isle of Halivas, a small tranquil island of great beauty situated roughly 11 miles southeast of Verdantis Isle, which is in turn about 7 miles off the southeastern coast of Veltheria. Halivas is a place of warm summers, temperate, reasonable springs and autumns, and mild winters. On the western coast of Halivas, the historical town of Fair Haven, one of the first towns established during the Age of Expansion, is nestled cozily amidst rows of delicate cherry blossom trees and gently rolling waves. Atop is a large natural plateau on the eastern edge of town, the imposing Gothic structure known as Millicent Manor, surrounded on 3 sides by a dense pine forest called the Wreathwood, which looms as a specter over the town itself. Some say that the manor is haunted, others that it is cursed. What is known is that the mage lord, Henry Cuddleston, has not been seen or heard from in decades, though dim candlelight still flickers in the frosted windows the wee hours of the morning. There are also rumors of fugitives and other less than savory folk congregating in Fort Atronox to the south, as well as an old abandoned mine of dwarvish origin at the tip of the Phoenix Mountains to the east, beyond the tranquil, rolling foothills. It is here, on the Isle of Halivas, that you have all found yourselves, again through fate or circumstance, the will of the gods, or the will of some greater power, as I knock over my desk here trying to readjust and sit like a queer, which is on top of a chair with my legs folded. Crisscross applesauce. Hell yeah. You have found yourselves amongst new friends, new companions, colleagues, and it is to the south, in the Ashen Forest, by Fort Atronox, that we will start. After a small tsunami, of which the water had made its way past the Akershorn River as far as the cherry blossom trees at the edge of Fairhaven, Dhalia Lightbug, and a mysterious woman known only as Theena became unlikely friends and fought off pursuers, seemingly intent on capturing Theena and bringing her back into the thralls of the Vas'Kratoria under the Queen's realm for an unknown reason. In the process, she met with Dhalia Lightbug, a resistance fighter who had helped establish Fort Atronox as a center of resistance against the machinations of Queen Valeria and the Butcher of Baraktal, who had unleashed terrible chemical weapons upon the people there at the end of Oljor's rebellion, bringing a swift end to the 100 years of conflict. After this small tsunami hit the fort, Dhalia and Theena found themselves both fighting Vas'Kratorian agents and the elements. Given a small coin pouch of roughly 500 gold, they were told to head to the town to parley with the townsfolk to obtain as many supplies as they could. Reeling from this tsunami, which all of you had experienced in some way, Ko and Kainela, seemingly having been overrun by waist-high water through the evening or into the next morning. And Mygs, Libby, and Harmony aboard your Vas'Kratorian naval ship, having weathered the storm quite easily with the assistance of your VIP passengers. A shield of energy protecting the ship from the waves that had crashed or tried to crash upon it, tried to smash it apart and send it adrift on the shores of Fairhaven. A little bit of retconning there for those who may have missed that or missed that post about the flooding through the night. Because I believe Ko and Key were camping out by the rocks. All of your equipment is more than likely soaked, which would have happened the following morning. But it is here that we are starting with Theena and Dhalia Lightbug. As you make your way north, the aftermath of the flooding, we'll start there. We'll start there.
I do have one question, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Because we ended where we had stopped to eat food. Would that have counted as a short rest?
Yes.
Cool.
We'll call it a short rest.
Cool. Are we still... We're over a day away from town, is that correct?
So I believe that you had started in the mid-afternoon, right? Early morning, mid-afternoon, and had set out?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is... Let's see. Let me count the miles here. See how long it'll take you.
Also, we all only see a black screen. I'm not sure if you were doing that on purpose or...
Oh, no. Let me bring you over to Halivas.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's happening.
All right. Yeah, you should be on Halivas. I'm actually going to take that tarot card pull out from Avalon from before. And, oh boy, okay.
I would like to preemptively say I'm sorry, everybody.
Don't be sorry.
Please
I'll claim it.
For,
I already am, about everything, all the time.
Okay, so this one from Avalon, from the subscriber. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it aside because we're going to need that later. And I'm going to go ahead and change up the music after this song is over and go back to the ambiance.
It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
Absolutely. Hey, you know me too well. You know me too well. All right. So starting with, y'all can see the map, right? Y'all got eyes on Halivas? All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so I may have misspoke during the one shot, but 3 miles. We'll say you can probably get to the Arkassian River in about an hour, and it will probably take you until maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon to get all the way to Fairhaven. No big deal.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
When we are about an hour out, Theena, or when we can start to see it in the distance, Theena's going to turn to Dhalia, and say, should I go ahead and put on those clothes now, or do you think it will make me stand out more to be dressed in... I'm sure he was well-intentioned, but I'm not sure if I should actually...
Well, what do you want to do, darling?
I don't know. Am I going to attract a lot of attention?
As you're dressed right now, probably.
These were the dry clothes you got from the commander of the fort, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the
The evening gown. The ball gown that
Yeah,
this
he's not very good with women or feminine presenting folks, and he was just kind of like, here, have a ball gown. This is what I got.
Yeah.
Or kind of like an old ball gown.
He also gave her a cloak, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
But I believe one of the women at the fort actually gave you some functional leathers, if I have that correct.
Not
As
Theena.
a backup? Not Theena? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, I'm gonna go
Theena
ahead.
has boots.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and retcon that on the way out. One of the female freedom fighter soldiers kind of gave you kind of a hastily assembled pack of leathers, just to kind of add to your repertoire. And given your memory issues, was a little subtle about it. Just kind of here, just in case. So, not the newest. They're a little worn, a little dirty, probably in need of a wash, but a little bit more functional than a ball gown. Yeah, not too bad, but you know.
Okay. In that case, then, Theena is going to try and find a little private spot. He's going to look at Dhalia and say, I'm going to get changed. Watch for any weirdos.
Okay, I'll say at this point you're probably... You can hear the running water of the Akrashorn River just to the north, so you're very close. And it's probably, I think at this point, mid-afternoon, approaching just afternoon time.
Okay. Yeah, so she'll change into the leathers, and probably put the cloak on, but not anything else. And she will use, hold on, let me double check this, that I gave her this spell before I say it. Yeah, she'll use a prestidigitation to clean up the leathers and stuff, and it's probably going to make them smell like lavender, because she's...
Perfect. All right. Yeah, so the dirt and that little bit of smell gently kind of dissipates in a cloud of steam as you can smell the scent of fresh lavender on the inside of your leathers.
And yeah, she'll put on the kind of fresh leathers and the cloak, and then we'll put the cloak... Does it cover everything on her head, or... You can put... There's it's sort of like a camouflaged sort of forest green and brown cloak with a hood that you can put up. Again, a little bit more worn and functional, but again, this is the captain. Good old Captain Brangus with the mohawk we got there. Oh, I thought it wasn't the captain, it was the sergeant who was simping.
Yeah.
Because he is amazing.
Oh, Sergeant Brooke. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it was that one.
Sergeant Brooke. Yeah, he was simping a little bit. That's okay.
Cute. He's cute.
He's got a nice smile.
He looks like he'd be voiced by Kari Payton.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I love every time they asked Jester would ask all the time specifically just to hear Matt go, "Hey, Jester baby."
Yeah.
Carry on, God.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say that she'll don those leathers and all that good stuff, and then she'll fold and put away her clothes into her pack, and she will put the evening gown into her pack because she is not sure if maybe she should wear that for this event we're going to.
Fair enough.
And then she's going to try and use the hood to cover as much, the cloak to cover as much of her as she can, because she has been made very aware that she looks very strange. So she's gonna.
You look gorgeous.
I appreciate the compliment, but if we are trying not to be noticed, I feel like we may have fails before we started.
And I just wanted to double check. In the morning, what was the plan for Ko and Key and company in the morning? It was to continue to head south into the forest, correct? If memory serves me appropriately, which does not always do.
Mood.
No, it was either that or to go back to a boat.
Yeah, but the boat became not quite an option.
Because of the ruffians and the thugs from my past.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What did you do? Don't worry about it.
So
also, we can't go back because I think the town guard were looking for us, right? So
because of the trouble you caused, yes.
Yeah.
We didn't cause a single amount of trouble. We just got caught up.
It was the sexy people that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Is that the consequences of my actions? I hate those.
Say. But yeah, I think Dhalia, did you have anything you wanted to do before we actually got to town?
I want to climb a tree and just make sure I can't see anyone approaching.
Got it. So that's a good spot to go back to. So in lieu of having a boat on the river, because of everything that happened, Key and Ko, I believe the plan was to... So you're still at the rock where you encountered a little bit of a family reunion at times too. Yep. So what would your general plan be? Just general sense of direction so I can gauge how we play this moving forward.
He is just generally ready to get the fuck out of there no matter.
I was of the same mindset.
I would say you both would have heard of the rumors of people sympathetic to dissidents in the Ashen Forest to the south. Easy enough to find, as it were.
Dissidents? Excuse me?
Yes.
Yeah,
dissidents.
that's probably where
dumb today.
Got it. Okay. Are you proceeding stealthily, Key and Co? Are you proceeding stealthily through the forest, or are you just kind of walking?
Stealthily.
Okay. All right.
Stealthily.
Stealthily? Okay. So go ahead and make a stealth check for the two of you, for Key and Ko.
I'm doing this with real dice because.
And you're moving slowly, so it's a...
This
Okay.
is not Dune. This is now a new person. I am not sneaky anymore.
You have a plus
Okay.
5.
Yeah,
would
but it's hard to go for from a plus 17 to a plus 5.
I also
Same
got a
brain cell.
10, so.
Same brain cell.
10 and 10, and I'm going to say
Guess
because...
we're just walking down the road.
Because you're moving at a slow pace and taking your time, I'll add an additional 2. So what are your passive perceptions for Dhalia and for Theena?
18. Got level 2.
Thena's passive is a 16.
Okay. Yeah, both of you almost immediately hear, and I'm going to say, y'all have the rest of the troop with you, right?
Yeah.
Oh, geez,
Okay.
yeah. Y'all have a crowd. All right. Well, I'll say they're kind of taking your lead. So let's go back to the bridge here. Just for a
I
second.
forgot we had this entire
Yeah,
The
altar
whole
of-
band.
an entire
What did you guys do with the band? Got it.
What did y'all do with the band?
I'm gonna get in trouble. I wanna start a fight.
Bar fight.
First session, PvP Battle Royale, let's go.
I
Bunch
was
of level
literally about to say
2s.
she notches an arrow. Seeing people.
Meanwhile, Mygs, Harmony, and Libby are on a whole different town. We're elsewhere.
We are vibing.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So, Jubilee, Jubilee and Diesel rolled really well. They're they're hanging back and rolled over 20 for both of them. So we'll kind of position them accordingly. So Jubilee, Diesel, Kieran, Tommen, and Fiera. So Fiera is just kind of walking, trying to be a little flirty and trying to just kind of flex their survival skills. And they're like, no, it's totally fine. They're like, watch, and they're verbalizing what they're doing as they're walking through the woods. And they're like, you see, you want to, look for these berries, and they're not even thinking about their voice. Fiera. That's the
I love that.
yes.
Yeah. Oh no, I know.
The thembo.
Yeah.
All right, so we
Do I
got
get to roll
to.
perception since I was looking.
Can I
out
walk
for people?
beside you?
Well, you said your passive is you totally can. You said your passive is 18, right?
18. But
Yeah.
I was purposely scouting.
So as a group stealth check, no need because you detect all of them because Fiera rolled a natural 1 because they are totally not paying attention to anything. They are just trying to impress, trying really hard to impress Key. So, and I gotta chug some more water. Hydrate or die straight. Thank you, Frequent Flake. It's Flake. Flake's here. Hey. All right.
Of course, Flake's here.
Hey, I
How
love
far
that.
away are they?
So they're about, you can just see them approaching you. They're about a few hundred feet away from you, but they are crunching and cracking, and you don't notice the two in the back because they're kind of really crouched down. Jubilee and Diesel seem like they've been in the woods before, but they're just making their way through the forest, and there's this big crowd you can see what appears to be a strange, half-elvish humanoid creature with kind of almost fur on their skin. Dhalia, you specifically can make a nature check. You also see a tiefling in kind of ragged leathers with sort of spikes positioned on their shoulders, hair in almost like a faux hawk, and scraps of leather intentionally designed to be sort of mismatched and out of place. And the loudest is a very large feminine presenting individual, as somewhat feminine, somewhat masked, gender neutral, who is with blue skin, who has a not quite an undercut, but just shaved on both sides, and then the giraffe kind of over to one side with a little bit of pink streaks in the purple. And then there is Ko. Would you please describe your character?
Ko has bronze skin and very shiny, silvery white hair. Very androgynous. You couldn't tell, you know, you don't know how to address them when you speak to them. Green eyes, kind of like walking around with some bounce in his step. Long silver hair.
I rolled a natural 17 for that nature check. Told me to roll.
That individual appears to be a shifter. So I have some. So this is the tiefling with the leathers and a.
Oh, they're hot.
I didn't realize we were gonna run into
scarf?
Hot Topic out here in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, right.
Has Dhalia.
Has kind of like an off-color sort of crimson bandana around his neck there, kind of tied back, in addition to a tambura that is slung across his shoulder. Then there is also, well, you don't see them in the back, the shifter. You see here, and he is carrying a drum, a large hand drum on his side. There is also, let's see what that is.
Oh, look at him. He's a
Here's
little
the
drummer
bits.
boy.
Oh, damn.
Appears to
no,
be
they're hot.
Oh, I'm telling you, we had a fun time.
Theena and Dhalia. You can both roll nature or arcana.
Hey, Essie, it looks like the cameras are still messed up. Ko and Thena's image is different.
Oh, yes, thank you. There we go.
That's
All
a
set.
natural two.
Fixed. Natural
Mine
20?
was a natural 3, so I got a 9.
All right.
I
Yeah,
got
well, that
two.
makes sense for amnesia. You have no idea. Dhalia, you recognize this individual as a genasi. Probably a water or air genasi of some kind. Difficult to tell. They have this leather jacket that's kind of covered up. Maybe one of the two. Difficult to tell from here, but they're definitely being the loudest. So you also see Ko, that elvish character, and of course, making their way through the center next to this genasi is Kinela. Could you please describe your character?
Key is a like iridescent haired, elf appearing, obviously covered in water and drenched, warlock. Yeah.
Okay. And we have... And this is art that you drew yourself. So this is a plug for Rory Brown Designs. Yeah, Kinela.
Yeah.
All right. So this is what you see before you as they approach. Now, I'm going to pause there for a second and go back to the docks up here for our first tarot card pull. As you all enter the town of Fairhaven, which I do have a map. This is what it looks like on the overworld map, just so I can show y'all a more in-depth town map here. Y'all are over at the docks. But to keep things simple, we'll keep it on the world map. So, as Libby and Harmony and Mygs, and I will change the art next session, make your way... Useless Pawn, hello. Thank you so much, by the way, for gifting the tier 1 sub. So we have 3 tarot cards in the crew. In the queue. Libby, Harmony, and Mygs. You make your way off of your ship, which had weathered a storm. And also, by the way, just to segue back, when y'all woke up in the morning, that is specifically at Key and Co., you woke up to a bit of a flood that you had to immediately prepare your campsite. Some of your belongings, some of your camping belongings were washed up, as minimal as they were, but without prestidigitation, which I think one of you might have. I think between all the bards here, there's enough prestidigitation to dry everyone, but you woke up to an alarming runoff from a flood, which was about waist deep and caused you to get up and panic, but It's quickly subsided as it washed over the Akrashorn River and sort of lapped up against the edges of the southern border of Fairhaven. So, going back to the docks here with Libby and Mygs and Harmony as you enter the town of Fairhaven for the first time. I think I have more block text. A quiet, rustic village, nestled by the sea, lies open before you. The eastern road leading to the village is flanked on both sides by cherry blossom trees, their buds just beginning to show in the cool but comfortable early spring air of mid-afternoon. At the center of the village itself, a two-tiered stone fountain stands as the central hub. Closer to the shore, at the far edges of Fairhaven, the distant clanging of a blacksmith's hammer and the cawing of seagulls forms a rhythmic backdrop to this idyllic visage before you. The villagers' various market stalls, small businesses, and local tavern form neatly arranged rows of architecture. Well-dressed individuals come to and fro the three largest buildings, each aligned at three separate points, the front entrances of which all seem to face the central fountain, sacred geometry at work. Facing the north, the largest of these buildings boasts an impressive Victorian, for comparison, clock tower. 4 older men gather outside the second building, and a large group of 3 young adults are seated on the steps of the third, all with noses buried in fine, leather-bound books. The clock strikes the hour of noon as you approach.
Libby is kind of hanging back behind Harmony and just sort of following her lead.
Harmony,
Okay. Yes.
you can make a wisdom saving throw for me. Thanks, Avalon.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
This is,
Already?
and again, check out this wonderful art, the Two of Aberrations.
The 2 of what now?
2 of Aberrations.
No, put that back.
That's a 12.
I take
12.
my sub back. Put that back.
Put that back.
I gotta change the music up
Rescind.
here for a second.
Put that back, or so help me.
Harmony has the weirdest luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten the session 0. I'm sorry.
I mean, honestly though, Mygs will take any chance to get away from Harmony.
Harmony just stops moving as you enter the town. Harmony,
Mygs keeps walking.
you take 3 points of psychic damage. And as the sharp shooting pain just enters your mind and you hear a ringing in your ears, and you hear a familiar voice, the one you had heard by the obelisk, come back into your mind. And it just says, "Deal. Make the deal. Know not what power you turn away from and provoke the ire of. Perhaps we should prove a point to your friends." And then Harmony just and coughs and comes back to reality as they lurch forward. Their eyes initially glossed over, now back to their normal color. You just see, the two of you just see Harmony kind of stop, their eyes fluttering in the back of her head for a second as she just kind of stops and sways and almost convulses for a moment before letting out a gasp and stumbling forward back into all of y'all, almost instantaneously.
Harmony, are you okay?
Harmony, darling, I said amuse me, not die for me.
Oh, the sweet tones of your voice will just shake me out of anything, won't they, darling?
Of course, anything for you.
I'm fine. I can handle myself.
Well, I would hope that you'd be able to handle yourself, otherwise you can't handle me, now can you? Well,
Shall we keep going? Or will you continue to prattle along with that delicate voice of yours?
I think I believe that we can prattle along and keep going at the same time. I'm such a multitasker, you know?
Joy. Joy. Shall we?
This next one is from Isabits, and it is... I'll tell you all after. As that flash kind of screeches through your mind, a little bit of that residual ringing kind of echoes into Libby's memory banks. And Libby, you feel a pull towards something that something wants you to see, almost like a forced memory. There is a wisdom saving throw involved, as you can feel this external force, but you know that it's trying to access a specific memory. You can hear the inner whirring and clicking of your devices as this pull is trying to forcibly unlock this memory. You can choose to fail to unlock the memory, or you can resist. This is another beautiful card, the Three of Constructs, from our friends over at Weirdworks. This is from Isabits. Thank you, Isabits.
So Libby gets the sense that it is a memory trying to surface.
It is, but you do hear a voice that says, "Truth," that echoes through your mind.
Do I recognize the voice?
Or
have a sense for, like, where it came from?
Make an insight check. Call that insight check.
It's 19.
It has the same tones and deep rumbling and sense of discomfort and nausea that you had encountered on the Ashen Isle with the Starspawn and the Obelisk. But you know that it is trying not to alter. You're not getting an error message that something is trying to tamper with your coding and your memory, just that something is trying to forcibly unlock a memory to show you.
She'll let her curiosity get the better of her and willingly fail the save.
Okay. Willingly failing the save, you feel your periphery just shift forward into what is a vision as it plays before you. Your eyes, and they kind of also, you can see that Libby's eyes change to like a black that has sort of sigils and symbols on them, almost like runes, as they click and begin to glow as a scene plays before you. And you see a massive figure, scales upon scales upon scales, that stretches up as far as you can see, and you can hear it breathing. And you hear it let out almost what can be described as a rumbling, this as it sways, almost in pain. And you hear muffled voices around you that seem to echo and reverberate with power as well. Good. Its blood is perfect. Now, we'll take it to the lab where we are keeping the wyverns. We'll begin the experimentation immediately. Yes, Sovereign. And then you hear that shifting and that breathing once more. It seems to rumble this cavernous structure around you. And you feel sympathy for this creature. These experiments elude you. You cannot see these voices talking, but their voice echoes through you, and you hear that voice once again from that entity that had spoken to you and your companion, both just now and at the obelisk. And your eyes click back over into normal. Mygs, there's all kinds of weird shit going on around you.
Man, these people are just strange.
Because Libby also shut down for a second.
Libby, darling, come on now. We can't have the greatest archaeological find in a century going haywire. Come on, then. I don't know what this town is doing to you all, but I believe we should get going.
I
Perhaps we're weary from our travels.
Weary?
I
I've
don't.
had a wonderful time.
I'm not
Of
positive.
course you
Can
have.
be weird. I, I don't think it's weariness. Um. Well, we're here for a similar reason to why you found me. Yes, we're
Yes.
tracking a symbol.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it is connected to me, at least in a roundabout sort of way. I had a sort of memory flash.
What did you remember?
She'll explain all that to them. Um, she'll explain what she saw. Um, yeah.
Very interesting indeed.
And can you
So,
possibly make heads or tails of it?
I not at the moment. Unfortunately, I
there's something
still have a great deal of holes, as it were, in my memories.
so
I'm
something
terribly
near
sorry.
here forced you to remember this. Interesting.
I get this sense that I could have resisted, but curiosity has always been a weakness. Or I suppose it's more of a religious doctrine for me. Regardless, I do not regret allowing that memory to surface. It could prove useful. And it's interesting even if it isn't useful.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Well, let us know if any more memories surface.
Of course, you will be the first to know, both of you.
Wonderful.
Great.
All right, and the next one is from Renee, I believe, via No Ordinary Heroes to the community for a gifted sub. As this is happening, we get a couple things going on here. Two things simultaneously. As you all make your way into the outskirts of the town, you are immediately greeted by two guards who notice who you are and who you're traveling with. And there is a third who pushes their way through, and you can see there is a woman who appears to be a guard, and she is a high elf. Her helmet is removed, and she has a spear on her back with a shield. And as these two men who are guarding the edge of the docks into the entrance to the town, they kind of see her approach from behind and immediately step aside. It's a blonde-haired elvish woman, hair tied down into a braid, and she is absolutely captivating to the three of you. And they both stand aside immediately and just, mum, and long spears at attention as they step aside. And this guard, again, she has a sort of a red, brightly colored red sash across her person, across the breastplate. And she looks back at the ship and back at all of you, and her voice almost echoing with a bit of this very captivating presence, and just says, I believe you are the emissaries from the Vas'Kratoria, yes? Come to assist us with the comings and goings of Fairhaven. I assume you have your own business for being here, but this is where you hail, yes? The mainland?
That'd be correct, yes.
You could say that.
Aren't you lovely? And you seem to be the one in charge, yes? Looking back at Harmony, seeing the various accoutrements and medallions and insignia.
Yes, I am.
Very well. I have a missive for you. This
Oh,
is
right.
from the mayor himself. If possible, before you start your mission here, on behalf of Fairhaven, he would like you to investigate some disturbances in the Southwood. Some ruffians seem to have fled into the woods, just members of a bardic troop, not dangerous by any means. And, well, they need to pay a fine for property damage. This could get you in with the mayor if you don't mind taking a quick expedition into the Ashen Wood to the south, just to see if you can take this to them. It's an official summons, just to return, and you're happy to look it over yourself.
Of course, I would be more than happy to.
Wonderful. And I am Sergeant Liliana. I'll type that in the chat here.
Ooh.
Sergeant Liliana, you can find me in the barracks. I am in charge of military security here, and well, let's just say we're happy to have such capable and lovely individuals here. And a bit of a smile, and just kind of, if you need me to show you around town, I'd be happy to do so. But in the meantime, feel free to acquaint yourself here, and the sooner the better. They set out the previous evening in the wee hours, and I also, and the mayor does as well, fears for their safety.
Right,
So,
of course.
bring them back to safety. They're just misguided individuals in need of just some
Certainly.
tutelage and some guidance. Much
We'll
appreciated.
do that post-haste.
And we're getting a raid! We got all kinds of stuff going on.
Ooh.
Yeah, Aaron, we've actually had 2 raids.
Wow, really?
Whoa.
We got all kinds of stuff
There's
going
actually
on.
been 2 raids. There's some like a posture check.
Yeah,
There's
posture
been a
check.
lot of, subs going on.
Fix that posture. Yeah, we catching up. This was number 3. That was from... This was from No Ordinary Heroes and Renee to the community. So that is number 3.
Oh, there was a rose quartz up in there.
There is a
too.
rose quartz from Isabeth. Thank you. We're going to get to that. I saw that. So, this card, going back to the south, this is great. I love this. As you are walking, Kinela, you hear someone whispering to you. A familiar voice. You know exactly who it is.
Okay.
Might want to check the trees. Do I have to point out
Good.
everything to you? And your friend seems to have taken a liking to you, but, well, they seem to be stomping about, causing attention, drawing attention to you. I have a lot to teach you.
Daddy?
Sir!
So this was from Renee. That was
Okay.
for what happened last time, without going into detail. What happened just now with Sergeant Liliana and that interaction that Kinela just had. That's the 4 of Fiends and this beautiful fiendish seductress.
Would be fiend. Yep.
I will not be elaborating at this time. So then we got Useless Pawn gifting a sub. I think that was the last one. Let me just make sure.
Okay, but Key would like to check the trees.
Yes.
I would like to use Mask of the Wild, which is a free action.
Let's see what we got
Y'all
next.
really trying to get us killed, swear to God.
Actually,
It's the first game, please.
that works perfectly. So that
That
was
was the first like 20 minutes.
this
like-
game works out. That is
Let's fucking
also
go.
the 3 of Fiends. So that is the 3 of Fiends. So same thing. So that was one for Sergeant Liliana, and then another one for the Whispers in Kinela's here.
The most dangerous stories create the biggest heroes.
So
If
I'm
we
gonna.
survive, we will be legends.
That is if we survive, Libby.
Darling,
Well,
I'm
see,
already a
I know that-
legend.
Of course, you've survived for almost a millennia now, haven't you?
Have I? I'm unclear on how much time has passed.
Also, thank you, Ryu, for the raid. We got 2 more in the queue. Hey, I have a roll table for this. Okay, cool.
Oh,
I'm
I meant to.
afraid.
Wait, you drew something that requires a roll table?
Yes.
Dressed.
Uh-oh.
God.
Uh-oh.
Let's
Somebody
fucking
roll a
go.
d4.
At least it's only a D4. That's not bad.
Everyone makes new characters.
Yeah.
Hope
Everybody
Everyone-
got their backup character ready.
Everyone reroll characters. This is actually just a new session 0 for.
Yeah.
Everyone roll 3d6 6 times.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
playing Bomini.
somebody roll that sweet d4.
Can I roll? I will
Yes.
roll. I rolled a 3.
Go for it.
You rolled a 3. Okay.
Don't kill us. please.
Everybody roll a d20.
Oh
Fuck.
god.
No! No!
Actually, no. We're just doing rollies. That requires a rollie. A 3 requires a rollie.
I rolled a 14.
I rolled
Okay.
a 4.
Okay.
I rolled an 8.
11.
Okay.
14.
Okay.
Ooh.
Emma rolled an 8.
All right, Kinela, you get 5 temporary hit points because you have no use for a second wind. Not right now, at least. So this is a beautiful, beautiful card again. You can go check out Weirdworks LLC. This is, let me pull up my Streamlabs, the Fighter. So that is a roll table. Roll table number 3 is second win, regain 1d10 plus con modifier HP, or gain 5 temporary HP.
Damn.
Roll
Just
I
until
love the
they're
rolls.
used, or
I
do
got
those
that
temp
luck.
HP go away?
That's until the end of the session. So you have 5 temp HP until the end of the session.
What did we roll for?
The T20 was just to see who gets the highest one.
Oh, okay.
Does it matter that 2 people tied for first? Because there were 2 14s that were the...
Who else? Who got the other 14?
I had a 15. Yeah.
Oh, you did.
Oh, I
Okay.
misheard. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, that is my mistake then. So I'll say you both get 5 temporary HP. So go ahead and give yourself 5 temporary HP as well. You both get it because I already gave it to Key too. So.
And we'll
Nice and
probably
shiny.
need
Don't
it
take
based
these
on
back.
how
Yeah,
things are
yeah.
going.
All right. Last one I think to catch up for the cards. And then
I
we'll be
meant
all
to
caught up.
say, Harmony, congratulations on your promotion.
Woohoo!
Why, thank you, darling. I worked very hard to get
Is-
it.
Was it?
Mm.
I
No, it must
I
be
meant
very
to
hard
ask,
work
though.
wrangling me.
You do seem to be something of a handful. I did
Ah.
mean to ask, though, is there a different term I should use for you, or some sort of honorific that's befitting of your station?
And we got one for
One
the raid.
thing to know about me, Libby, is that titles mean very little. It's actions that prove your worth. So,
How principled.
harmony would be fine.
As you wish.
So you don't want me calling you darling anymore?
You can call me darling anytime as long as you stop being a little shit.
We both
Oh,
know that's
well,
not
I
going to
guess I'll
happen.
just start calling you Harmony then.
By the way, I want to say, okay, so I'm gonna pan back up. Yeah, I'll pan back up here. So the next one, the last one from Isabitz. So Isabitz, that fighter was yours, and this next one is yours. As y'all are making your way through the town, so Mygs, Libby, and Harmony, after that conversation of like WTF is going on, and then just kind of catching up with each other, what do the 3 of you do as far as your next steps? Because I have something really wild that just happened with one of the polls.
Um,
I
I'm
guess-
nervous.
Since
So-
we just got the missive, do we want to, like, rest for a bit before we head out, or do we want to head out immediately?
I mean, because we already had a long rest on the ship, right? So we're fine.
True.
Yeah, we're coming
Yeah.
at like topped off right now. Nothing's
Yeah,
happened yet.
We're good.
We're good. We're good.
We're good to
And
go.
We're vibing.
overconfident, which always goes well.
I think we
Overconfidence
should
is
head
key.
for the woods to go do the mayor's missive and get in with the mayor.
A good idea. Let's go.
It never hurts to make friends.
No, it doesn't.
It
Especially with
always
the right
hurts to
people.
make friends.
Do we know where
Alright.
we need to go for to track down this missive?
It was by the
They
woods, correct?
said the Southwoods.
South woods.
The Ashen
Yes.
Woods to the south, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want
Alright.
to do we want to see about horses or anything of that nature? I'm not
Hmm.
sure what funds we have appropriated, but it might make our trip a little faster if we could acquire some.
Yes, Harmony dear, do you have any funds for us to use during our missions?
I have my funds for myself.
Oh, so you got a fancy promotion, but you didn't get any funds for a mission?
I mean, you can take it up with them.
Hmm.
Listen,
Well, I guess we'll be going by foot because I'm not very liquid.
While
That
they're
happens
bantering,
when
can
you have
I
foreign currency?
By the way,
Well,
the,
they're-
the ship you're on is the Storm's Call. The Intrepid is the other ship that is docked here. So go ahead, Libby.
Nice. While they're bantering, can I look around for like a stables?
Yeah, make a perception check.
What do you want to try to steal horses? I don't think we have money to buy
No!
horses.
What kind of character do you think I'm playing?
Let's steal a horse. Let's do it. I'm ready.
I'd steal a horse, let's be real.
I am offended.
I'm okay with stealing a horse if we can get away with it.
Yeah. We'll say that we paid for it to Libby, but
Yeah.
That's a 17 on the perception check, Essie.
Yes, you kind of taking a second, you hear just a braying of horses, just to the northeastern side of town. And again, bringing up the map, let's kind of copy here and bring y'all over to the city map itself. And I'll start making some designations here for everybody. So over by the docks, easy enough, right over here.
Libby will start heading that way and see what it would cost to just buy or rent a couple of horses. I don't know, man.
So the farm and the... Yep.
Oh, I also meant to ask,
Yes.
does Libby know anything about this island from her time? Like,
Stables.
have any information about it from way back?
Make a history check. Do crimson text. White.
It's
Okay.
not very good. 11 total.
You search your memory banks for Fairhaven, and as your inner machines click and whir, you come up with a blank. It seems to be a recently built town. So the stables up here, so this is the farm, or it appears to be one of the main farms here. We'll call this the... You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just call this the Elderleaf farm here. The Everleaf, slightly different. I'll call it Evergreen. Evergreen Farmstead. Yeah, all right. Put that on the map layer. Libby, as you're making your way along the main road here, at the docks, actually you're all still kind of down here just for a second, so I'm gonna yeet you just momentarily. Right as you walk over the bridge, there is a large gathering of folks here, and the docks area seems to be pretty well populated. There is at least 100 or so people that are over in the docks area, going about their business, working on some of the ships, helping to secure your ships, repairing fishing vessels, that sort of thing. And in the crowd, as you kind of hone in on that, you are kind of bumped in the shoulder by a woman in sort of what appears to be a sailor. And she also kind of pushes her way through both Mygs and Harmony, and just kind of stops and looks at you and just does a little, like almost like smelling the air, and then kind of like, pardon me, and continues along to the docks towards one of the ships.
Well, that was rude.
And hello everyone.
Ooh.
Oh, that is art, all right.
Ooh.
Does that
Maybe
sort of
come
thing
back.
happen a lot?
And that is the last one from Isabitz,
I'm
the
not...
Four of Monstrosities.
Not usually, but
Congratulations.
There are plenty of strange people here.
Yes. Congratulations to Isabitz for activating the first reference that we're using plane shift here. Hell yeah, for pulling Vraska. Anyway, carry on.
Alright, well. Let's go find some horses and see if they're affordable or not.
Agreed.
That
All right.
sounds like a good idea.
So, Isabitz also activated a rose quartz. So everyone go ahead and roll a d20 here. Roll one more d20. Let's see what we can come up with here.
I got a hot 4.
Forward, okay.
16. One.
I got a 19.
I got a 10.
6.
Okay. 19 sounds like the highest? Okay. 19, right?
Yes.
All right. For the activation of the rose quartz, Mygs, you have advantage on your next... It's all persuasion. There is a link for Patreon. You have advantage on your next charisma check.
Ooh,
Yep.
thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you, Isabeth. So,
Now
thank you,
can get us
Isabeth,
some
for
horses.
for the channel point. So, Mygs, advantage on your next charisma, persuasion, deception, or performance.
You got it, boss.
So the three of you are making your way to the stables.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see if Mama can get some horses for us with this
Hell
charisma
yeah.
advantage.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, possibly. All right, so I'm just going to yeet y'all over here. You make your way past the Evergreen Farmstead to the stables, and you see kind of like an old farmhand, an old stable hand outside, chewing on very tropey, like chewing on a long piece of straw and just tending to the horses. It seems to have just wrapped up shoveling horse manure as he scoops the last little bit out of the stables. And he's kind of hunched over a little bit and kind of cracks the back and goes, what you want?
Hello, my fine sir. I was wondering.
It's fair enough. It's good enough. Good morning. What you want?
I was wondering if you might lend us 3 of your horses.
Land? What do you think this is? I'll rent you 3 horses.
And what would your prices be?
For rental? 150
Yes.
gold apiece.
150 gold apiece.
Ah, good horses! And kind of smacks on the horses. And they're pretty healthy horses.
Well, I'm sure we could work something out for a cheaper price.
He kind of like gets in real close and squints and maybe. Are you, sweetheart? Make a persuasion
How
check.
badly do you want these horses?
At advantage. Yeah. Yeah.
Mygs would 100%
God
be
damn it.
willing to fade to black for some horses.
Yep.
So I don't even need the advantage because I just rolled a natural 20.
Hey!
Hell yeah!
Okay, he's like,
So that would
Is
be
the horse
total
whisperer.
of 24.
yeah, for such
No, 28 total.
for such a
uh,
polite young gnome with wonderful hair, I'll bring the price down to 50 each.
50 gold each.
Yeah. Hydrate or die straight. Make sure to hydrate. Drink water, everybody. Thank you. Use this pond.
Libby
Right, what do you
whispers,
think, Nels? Do we have that much money? Because I don't.
I have about 10 gold I could contribute, although it's older coinage, so I'm not 100% sure that it would be acceptable in the modern day.
I've got foreign currency for the most part, so you know, where?
I have 50 gold.
So we could get 1 horse.
A single horse between the 3 of us. I'm sure that would go delightfully.
I mean,
Well-
I could ride with you, and
Of course.
I don't have to worry about exhaustion in the same way that most people would, so I could probably keep up on foot as long as you don't deliberately leave me behind.
All right.
I mean, if you were to do that, Libby, I believe that would defeat the purpose of getting a horse.
Yes.
Because we'd have to go at the same travel speed that you could walk. We might as well just,
walk.
well, walk it.
If we would prefer to save the coin, it might be better served in other ways later, I suppose.
Yes, it
That's
will.
very true. Tell the man he can keep his horses.
I'm sorry, my good sir. You can keep your horses.
Well, all right, if you say so.
I'm so sorry you blew that nat 20 and we just decided to walk away
Yeah.
anyway.
It's whatever. I mean, we brought the price down a lot, but we don't
Well,
have a lot of money.
I'll tell you what. If you want to come back anytime and rent these fine horses here, and kind of smacks the horses again, we'll keep that price for you 3. I'll never forget such a lovely face. You come back, you want to rent horses from me, sweetheart, anytime. I'll rent them out to you for 50 gold apiece. These here fine states just for you whenever you get back, whenever you want them. I see. The Evergreen Farm is always happy to serve.
Thank you so much. And what was your name again?
Barry!
Thank you so much, Barry. And I give Barry a kiss on the cheek.
Barry starts to sway like he's about to fall over. He might actually fall over if you
Don't give him a heart attack.
I like how he exclaims his name, like, Barry!
Barry!
He gives me the vibe of, like, a granddad that's like, my grandson's a warlock! You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
My grandson's a warlock.
Sergeant, I'm gonna put these names also.
There's a character
Liliana.
concept sitting in my folder. She's just on that topic of like an adventurer's son or child.
Barry
She's
Evergreen.
an artificer whose child was this like famous adventurer, and he would send home like minor magical trinkets and stuff, and that's her artificer like spell casting. And her thing is like breaking these down and just sort of studying these little trinkets her famous son would send her. And
that's so cute.
she's an artificer, or not, she is, but yeah, she's an alchemist, so she's like this really good cook who just tinkers with the magical items her son sends.
So you're what are y'all doing? You're walking on foot?
We're
Yeah.
not on foot. We don't
All
have
right.
money for horses.
Yeah, horses are too expensive in this
Yeah.
economy.
All right, it's not a
Horses
horse
are too
conducive
bougie
economy.
for us.
All right. Back
Our
down,
level 2 person prefer we not get horses.
back down in the south here. Theena and Dhalia, you see this whole strange troop just approaching you from in the middle of the woods, just kind of stomping through the woods. The two of you have the jump on them. You're not in the trees, but Dhalia and Theena, what do you do as you see this large troop of musicians, approaching you through the forest, in the ashen forest?
Was this
I-
like before or after the voice in my ear?
This was, so, simultaneously as this is happening, Kinela, you hear a voice in your ear from you-know-who that's like, might want to check the trees.
Yeah.
As
And Key's gonna check the trees.
Okay, make a perception check at advantage.
I'm using Musk of the Wild, that basically just lets me hide in any
Boy,
like,
I
light
needed that
cover.
advantage. I got a natural 2 and a natural 20. So,
Do
I don't
get
know,
to make my stealth roll?
23 total.
And Dahlia, you said you were in the trees, right?
Yeah, and I have Musk of the Wild, which lets me hide in like nature. As
Okay.
a free action.
All right. So what was your perception check, Kinela?
23, natural 20.
Natural. Okay, 23. So you see a little bit. Here's how it's gonna go down. You see, you kind of slowly look up at the trees, and you see just the faintest bit of movement in the trees. I'm gonna say, Dahlia, go ahead and roll stealth with your Mask of the Wild. So roll stealth. Not an advantage, but just roll stealth.
Stealth is a +6. 24.
Yeah, I'll say with matching, you see like just like the shape of something in the tree, Kinela, and with your nat 20, I'm gonna defer to the nat 20 on that. You can't quite make out what it is. It's almost perfectly camouflaged, but there is kind of something in the tree that doesn't quite match with the rest of the leaves, and you kind of just squint. There's something there, but you can't quite put what it is, but you know that there is something there.
While this is happening, Theena
Yeah.
has gone on the other side of the tree that Dahlia is up,
Okay.
and is I guess she's going to attempt to hide.
Okay. All right. And by the way, this was from Val's raid, by the way, earlier, because we're doing tarot pulls on raids as well. So thank you for the raid of 6, Val. For Dahlia, Kinela, and Ko and Theena, I want to have one of you roll a d4 for me. Doesn't matter who. Let me roll a d4.
I'll do it.
You got it.
That's a 2.
I gotta bring up another roll table. Hey! Okay. So, Kinela, Ko, Theena, and Dahlia, all of you roll a d20 for me. Rollies.
That's a hot 5.
That's
I also got a 5.
I got a 20.
There was a piece of ink on
Nat 20. Okay. Ember, what did you get?
I got a 20.
Okay.
Hey.
Ko and Gabby, you said nat 20, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Ko and Gabby, both of you, the wizard.
Who?
Both of you get advantage with a 2 on the d4 from Himyale and Rory. Both of you get advantage on the next Arcana check. And then we have the raid from... We'll do that a little bit later, but then we have the raid from Ryu. So, all right, continuing on. Go ahead. This is kind of tense moment. Something in the trees. Athena, what did you say you were doing again?
Theena has slipped onto the other side of the trees and is attempting to hide.
Okay, in the trees or just in the shrubbery around the trees.
Is the shrubbery tall enough?
I can speak.
Theena's pretty big.
I can speak English, I promise. Yeah, I mean, you're also very much naturally camouflaged, so you can just kind of crouch down and you would literally blend into any large shrubbery.
Okay, yeah, then Theena's just gonna crouch down immediately.
Okay, make a self check.
That is honestly not bad. Let's see what I got.
Kind of works like the Mask of the Wild, but in a different way.
16.
16. Okay. All right. So,
Mama Pride.
hey, Kinela, looking back down as well, you also kind of see in a shrubbery this kind of crown of flowers just sticking out from the shrubbery. So a couple of things kind of catching your eyes there.
Can I launch an arrow?
And Ko, I believe you kind of shifted to be closer to Jubilee, right?
Yes.
All right, as
Nice quick fingers.
you want to launch an arrow at the musicians, or as a warning shot, you mean?
Yeah, like at their feet.
Okay.
And then jump down.
All right. So as you're
Upon seeing movement, he would have kind of held out an arm to stop Fiera. Just
okay. They kind of what?
Hold on.
What is it? And as they kind of stop and what? You see an arrow just kind of stick into the ground. And you all, there's an arrow just stuck there. And then
jump down.
Jumping down from the trees, you see the form of Dhalia. Finally, could you please describe your character to everyone else?
Okay. So, in front of you, you see very short little MILF. She's 5 foot, maybe 4'11". Dark coppery skin with freckles of gold and green, with little patches of green skin that kind of go into a teal. Really long, really curly pastel blue hair that's with shocks of turquoise and whites. There's a bit of yellow, adorned in a lot of different clasps of gold. In a green leather jacket, by all means, makes no sense, but it seems somehow to function. With a lot of straps and a corset top and a big old bow. She just squats there. Who are you?
Ko's gonna be like, well, hello, gorgeous.
Yeah! I love it. Can't believe Dhalia stole my hair.
Why you're shooting arrows at us? We're just walking through the woods, my guy.
I don't like strangers.
I don't like arrows either, but here we are.
Theena, dearie.
Theena is going to stand up, rise, and push her hood back as she does, and just light up with the sorcery.
Okay.
Just as a show of scary.
All right,
It's
so
scary dog energy.
that sort of crown that had like this camouflaged hood over it, that was kind of just the front of it sticking out from the shrubbery, like inside. You can see her kind of present herself, and you can see now as she removes the hood. Go ahead and do you want to? Do you want to describe your character in detail, or was that good?
Yeah. So if you see a very tall, like over 6 foot tall woman stand up out of the brush. She has fair green skin, hair that is in just a lot of braids and curly all around her head. It seems to be wrapped around and falling past a crown of dark brown, probably wood. The hair itself, you kind of wonder if it's braided with leaves and flowers. And she is bespeckled in kind of this darker shades of green and stuff like that. It almost looks like a plant got up and grew legs and started running around.
Yeah.
Fucks with it. Yeah.
Mood, TBH. Mood.
And currently with her magical light, her eyes are bright gold.
You hear from Fiera, your Thembo. They just usually I'm the weirdest one. And they just kind of slowly approach. Hi.
Dhalia?
I take another arrow.
Theena has slowly started to move behind Dhalia. Like, Dhalia, do we...
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Well,
I'm a friend. My name's... it's okay. My name is Fiera. I'm a genasi. Water genasi.
Do I know what a genasi is?
Make an arcana check. Well, you made a check before, I believe, right? To determine whether or not you knew? Yeah. So, no idea. Well, actually, you start... Yeah, no, I would say no. Because that memory is not really clicking over.
Key also does the thing that, like, her eyes change.
Where do your allegiance lie?
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you. No, Anna's right in the chat. Going to be amusing when you all are, like, level 8 and talking about the first time that you all met was to threaten each other.
Yeah.
Threaten and then flirt.
Oh yeah, always. You know me.
Dhalia kind of speaks out with them trying to speak. Where do your allegiance lies? Where do they... Yeah, fuck, can't speak, but yeah. Shit. Where do your allegiance lie?
Well,
My allegiance lies, probably nowhere.
we're not here to hurt
Where does
you.
your
That's
allegiance
what you're
lie?
wondering about.
I think the arrow put it back in the quiver. Realizing, oh, these are just fuckheads. He's on guard. Where my allegiance lie is not really important right now.
Who
Where?
are you?
Ko's gonna step forward and do a little flourishy thing.
Oh,
well,
Lord,
I'm
not
so
again.
glad you asked. My name is Ko, but you can call me Ko. This here is my band. Not my band, but a band, but we're with them. This is Key. Key, say hi.
At least they got my name right this time. Hello.
This is Jubilee. This is Fiera. And I'm gonna point out the names to the others, which Ko definitely knows the name of the others.
Do they?
So they introduce themselves. The shifter you had identified before, right. I'm Kieran Falls, drummer of the Quicksilver Troop. May or may not have heard of us.
It's at this
bands.
moment that Theena starts to think, why did I ask what their names are? It makes no difference to me. I still would not know who they are.
The Thembo here says, I'm Fiera. I'm also sort of like the roadie, I guess, for a Quicksilver Troop. And obviously we kind of just met each other, and I'm sorry, I'm so desperate to get to know you. Again, normally I'm the odd one out in the room. This is really really nice to see someone else that is, not your average human, so to speak. And this one here, just, Tommen Ryan, the vocalist of the Quicksilver Troupe. Nice to meet y'all. And, this woman in the back, just Diesel. And back next to Ko, Jubilee. Nice to meet y'all as well. Sometimes I sing, sometimes I play. She has a lute, sort of a really intense looking double stringed lute on her back. And she has sort of almost like an undercut that's kind of grown in a little bit, but kind of parts giraffes it also over to one side as well. So I have the to share with y'all. Carry on.
Theena's gonna like tap Dahlia's shoulder.
Mhm.
Weren't they supposed to be in town?
That's right. We're supposed to go see you as a bit of a reward for surviving a tsunami or whatever.
You missed quite an interesting show.
Oh, we've had an interesting day. Don't worry.
Is this? Thena's gonna freaking like get down near Dahlia. Is this normal? Is this just normally how things go? Am I crazy to think that this is a lot? Like a little
What
bit
do
of a
you mean,
lot
dear?
of things.
What do you mean, dear? I just pat her in the cheek. Don't worry, stick with me and you'll be fine. I am Dhalia. Oh, go ahead.
I think I will be fine, but that is going down very quickly.
Trust me, okay? We saved each other's backs. And then turn around and go, I am Dhalia. I shoot things. I kill things. That's about it. And this is my very tall, very scary friend. If you hurt her, you die.
Though which of us is actually going to kill you is up to debate.
Both. Don't worry. Both.
Ko's gonna be like, I'd prefer if nobody killed anybody, actually.
I second that motion.
You're much
Dhalia
too late.
looks Ko up and down. Just like, handsome. And I just walk towards the group to pick up my arrow. Because we're level 2 and I don't have many.
Okay, alright, yeah, go get that arrow.
Theena is going to start walking towards the group. A little bit cautious though. Eyes are like slowly dimming back down to like the like blue-greeny color. It's like
Okay.
He also changes her eyes back to.
Aren't you supposed to be at the village? Supposed to see you play.
Jubilee says, well, about that, I kind of told the proprietor to go fuck himself. And I also told the queen that she can go fuck herself. Told the Vas'Kratoria to go fuck itself. And, yeah, I don't think we're much welcome. We kind of caused a bit of a scene, so to speak, in town, and kind of had to run away from the law. And now we're here in your forest and in need of a bit of guidance, assistance.
Oh my dear.
We have a small boat on the kind of nestled just off the southwestern tip of the island we were gonna get to, but there's some weird shit going on with Ko and Ko's parents. I didn't want to pry. Darling, no offense. You know, I know you got your own shit to take care of. And Key's dad or something is some kind of a wizard. It's murdered 3 people. It's a big fucking thing. We've had a hell of an evening, and yeah. So probably we're not welcome in the town, but if we can at least get to our ship, you know.
How about this? Because it seems that today is a very lucky day for you. Enemies of the crown, right?
And she
Right,
kind of
right,
stops.
right.
They all kind of look at each other, and she kind of, no way. Are you with the Resistance?
She just smiles a very wide grin. We have a fort. Actually, can I do an insight check? before
Sure.
saying anything?
Yeah. Go ahead. Insight check. Yeah, just tell everyone to go fuck herself. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She told everyone to go fuck themselves.
18.
18. She seems at that moment a little bit both like she feels like she might be in over her head, but also kind of fascinated. Like, uh-oh, kind of thing where she's like it's maybe this is not a good idea. But
Don't worry, dear. This is a lucky day. Wait, where she said the boat is it anywhere near the fort?
it would be, it's
The fort is
kind of,
towards the south.
yeah, it's kind of like where y'all were walking in the one shot around the corner on patrol. You probably would have seen sort of a small skiff nestled
Gotcha.
in sort of a little cove there. That is the skiff that
If-
they had stashed.
If some safety is what you require, then we have a fort about an hour, about that direction. Some safe haven, if you would like it, until you can reach a boat. And until then, perhaps morale's been pretty low after the fucking tsunami that hit us. Perhaps play the rebellion a little tune or so. Entertain, keep morale up, and I'm sure you'll be let in. Just tell the very stout dwarven man that Dhalia, the bastard daughter, sent you, and it should be fine for the most part.
Tommen says, "All right, that's. I mean, this is the opportunity we've been waiting for." And Diesel says, I don't know if that's. I don't know if we want to get this far in deep." And Sierra says, "Yeah, I actually joining with the Resistance. I mean, maybe just for a few minutes."
Not joining, just some safe haven for a bit until you can actually get to your boat.
Kieran says, "Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's take a walk, Quicksilver. At the very
And
least,
then,
do a performance."
and then I turn to Ko and Key. Mommy issues, daddy issues.
How did you know that?
She just fucking mentioned it.
Yes.
I did
So it
just mention it. Sorry, I didn't know if that was private. I just kind of blurted it out there.
You're not super attentive, are you?
Jubilee is
I
just
would
kind of.
refer more to what happened as an attempted kidnapping.
Yeah, they do that a lot. They really want me to come home.
Do we
Do you want to
need
go?
to
No,
anticipate?
oh my god.
And then Dhalia
Do we
kind of.
need to anticipate more of these things happening?
You know, I never anticipate them. Anticipate implies that I'm looking
How
forward
many times
to
have
it.
these happened?
You know, after a certain amount of time, one stops counting.
Noted.
How tall is Ko?
Huh?
How tall is Ko?
Tall?
Yeah.
5'11".
Dhalia's just
That's how
gonna
tall I
walk
am.
up to him, and just face him like, "You don't want to go home? Your mother sucks. I'll be your new mother. All right?"
Dhalia,
That's his
how
face.
many people do you adopt every day?
All of them.
Coach just gonna be like,
Do you want to be adopted? She turns the key.
You could be like an aunt.
That works for me. That works. Right, so are you not allowed to step into the village? What is the exact situation?
Jubilee says, "Well, we're not, but Ko, I think if you
Throw around
presented
the
yourself."
name a little bit more.
you want me to name drop again? I can name drop again.
It seemed to have an effect. I don't want to be the one to get you in any trouble. So
I understand. It's all right.
I think what we should do, this is Jubilee again, I think what we should do is take Dhalia, Dhalia, darling, up on her offer, entertain these resistance fighters who are doing exactly what we preach in our songs, give them some morale and entertainment, help them however we can, and she kind of just squishes in the mud, just whoosh, whoosh. Obviously they're in a bit of a rough spot, so with the crazy fucking weather that we just experienced, we'll trade, barter whatever we can for performance or whatever. Brighten their spirits, make some connections, make a plan, get to our skiff, and get back to Verdantis. From there we can take the ferry back to the mainland. Sound like a deal to everyone? Sound like a plan? Everyone kind of just nods in agreement. Karen says, when do we start walking? So Jubilee looks to Ko and says, I think for the time being, we should go back to town. And she kind of grabs Ko's hand. I'll find you. And just gives a little bit of a wink.
I believe it's best that I also stay with Ko.
Theena, it
Fia-
seems our family are
In
growing.
case your parents sent anyone else.
Fiera just, totally, that's a great idea. And they just kind of like run their fingers through their hair and same thing, Jubilee's good at finding people, and of course we're the Quicksilver troop, and I'm the crew leader, so if you ever want to, once we get back in the mainland, hopefully this will blow over, and I'll
Absolutely.
find you too, and we can grab coffee or something.
You want to fuck, basically. Right.
They just kind of throw their hands up and make a weird face like, lady.
Haven't any couth is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Not that, of course, they're not incredibly attractive, but don't want to put her on the spot or anything, so it's just let's just go.
Yes.
Let's just go. And they just kind of give you an awkward hug and be like, I'll find you.
This entire time, Theena has been standing behind Dhalia, mouth slightly open, watching this whole thing happen, like, is this how people are supposed to interact?
Clear quartz, thank you, Isabeth. That is a clear quartz. So clear quartz, 450 channel points. That is everybody roll a d20. Everybody roll a d20. Yeah.
11.
6.
That is, again, a 4.
Okay.
16.
4.
All right.
17.
Oh, 17 the highest?
Yes,
Who got the 17?
I
Burn.
did.
Oh, no.
Migs, advantage on the next insight check.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
you're
Thank you,
gonna
Elizabeth.
need it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Evidently.
What did I miss? I'm sorry, I had to step
So,
away for a moment.
no, that's okay. They were just in the south trying to figure out a plan for the Bardic troop, and they're going to... Key and Fiera had a bit of an awkward goodbye, partially thanks to Dhalia, and Jubilee and Co had a much
Always.
more... Jubilee is much more confident in her approach, and she did a whole thing that was like, grabbed Ko's hand, did a little grin, and just said, don't worry, I'll find you. And then did a little wink, and Fiera tried to mimic that and kind of failed miserably. But
Theena, are they walking away right now?
they're walking towards, based on the information, they take a second for Dhalia to point out some landmarks. but they seem to be making their way to the south towards the fort to maybe barter for some supplies, some basic rations, to spend some time there helping how they can to perform for the resistance fighters at Fort Atronox, and then to get to their skiff and head back to Verdantis Isle. But they are walking kind of towards you and past you, Theena, yes.
Cool. I was worried that they had just decided to walk off without getting any instructions.
Oh yeah, no, you can see them taking a few minutes, on their way out, just a moment for Dhalia to point out some landmarks. And Dhalia, I'm assuming that you would, if that was your plan, give them appropriate directions. Yeah, easy enough. You know this this land like the back of your hand. Easy enough. No roll required. They're able to make their way down to Fort Atronox. Okay.
Well, as they're walking away, Theena is gonna look over at Ko. Name drop?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you weren't here for that. My mother is a very, very wealthy and well-known politician in the City of Lights.
We haven't even
need to
breached the
stop
surface.
telling people how wealthy your parents are.
Yeah. We haven't even breached the surface of how important her mom is yet. His mom is.
Yeah, it's just... I have a very important mother is all, so whenever I get in trouble, I tend to name drop, but I don't want to.
What?
The amount of
What
times
is
in the
the
past
name?
24
Also,
hours you've talked about being wealthy. Anyone could have pickpocketed you.
It's happened several times.
Aaron.
His dad's a bit of a pushover, but his mom is kind of a big freaking deal. But again, we haven't even scratched the surface of that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Aaron, if at any point any of this starts to click, let me know. But
yeah, Ko's gonna tell. What's your character's name?
Nothing major so far that would spark any like.
Herself.
Ko's gonna look to the plant lady and be like, I name dropped my last name, which is Meliamne. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a very well-known name in the city.
Have I heard of it?
Make a history check.
Do I get any kind of advantage for living 250 years and actively fighting these people?
Because you asked, yes. Go ahead and make it an advantage.
Oh yeah!
Because that's a good lore reason for you to have advantage. So yeah.
I rolled an 11 and a 12. History.
Okay.
That's a 12.
A 12? The name sounds very high elvish, but the exact placing exactly who this family is kind of just eludes you. Minimum DC was 13, so you're like, sorry.
My modified to intelligence is 0 on literally all my intelligence checks.
Oof.
So,
Well, you're gonna need some of these tarot cards and channel points then, because some of them give advantage on history checks.
I turn to all my kids. Wait, how tall is Key?
5'8", I think.
Love it. I am the shortest and I am adopting everyone. I turn to all my kids and go, it seems our family has grown quite a bit. So we had a plan to go to the village. I don't know if you are able to go there, but we need to gather supplies because my people got really fucked up. So if you want to join, we also got invited to go to a haunted house. I'm still not very sure. But yeah, if you wanna join, stick with me.
Well, don't forget, Dhalia, we were also supposed to keep an eye out for someone.
Oh, don't worry, I have not forgotten.
Okay, it's neither of them. I don't know what we're looking for.
Who are you keeping an eye out for again?
The emissaries.
Specifically was called a loyalist dog transporting a Kairosian whatever.
Oh yeah, okay. Yep.
What?
Between the wood and the village, is it still really heavily forested or is it plains?
It's mostly open plains, and you can see in the distance the plateau because it's only just at the edge of your periphery. It's only about 3 miles away or so from your current position.
Can I?
Which is a bit of a walk, but you can see. you know, if you were staring 3 miles ahead, you could see just the periphery of what you were trying to look at.
Can I like do like a parkour climb to one of the tallest trees on the outskirts and just try and scan to see if I see anyone?
Sure. Make an athletics check at advantage. Athletics or acrobatics, your choice, and then make a perception check also at advantage as well as you kind of shimmy up a tree. I'm just gonna make sure that that you don't fall back down comically on the first attempt.
Okay, that is a dirty 20 on the acrobatics.
Yep. So you watch Dhalia just kind of shimmy up the tree to the top. Make a perception check.
Perception?
Yep, perception at advantage as you're kind of looking out before you. On the horizon.
16.
Castle
That is
Dimitrescu,
great.
not quite.
24?
Close. 24, yeah. You can see the town of Fairhaven in the distance across the slightly rolling plains, just the tips of little flashes of pink from the cherry blossoms, and of course, the distant structure of Millicent Manor up on the crest of the plateau to the east. To the northeast.
While Dhalia is up there,
Yes.
Theena's gonna look to the other two. When you were in town, did you happen to see anyone Dhalia,
Yeah?
what did you call those people who tried to kill us?
Blah, 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 blah. I don't remember what they were called. What? Are you talking about the Marines?
Yeah.
They were called... I wrote it down somewhere, fucking hell. The Royal Roughnecks. It's the Royal Roughnecks, my dear.
You guys didn't see anyone of them, did you?
Did we?
Royal Roughnecks, make a history check. Go.
Or any of the Imperial fucking lapdogs.
Ko, you can make that at advantage because of who your parents are.
Thank you.
That would be part of mandatory education. 17. You know who the Royal Roughnecks are. You were dreadfully bored in most of these classes, based on what you've told me. Kind of like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
rolling your
I
eyes.
do.
But you remember the Royal Roughnecks are Marines, and usually in the tunics are usually white with very functionable brown leather pantaloons and sort of green camouflage cloaks, and they are deployed into enemy territory. They are from naval ships. They are elite forces, but you did not see any. All of whom you saw were just Vas'Kratorian town guards.
Okay, and then
Blazing
so
shield
I'm
town
going
guards.
to relay to Theena. You know, I did not, thankfully. That would have been dreadful.
You have no idea.
Yeah. I do. One of them tried to kidnap me one time. That's a whole story for another time, though.
I feel
No, I
like
think
you
it's a
have
good
lot of
story for
these
now.
stories.
Why did they try to kidnap you?
That's a long story, okay?
It
You
is
know,
at least a few miles walk,
okay.
and Dhalia is still up in a tree, so begin.
Okay, I guess. You know, my mom, you know, she's just got like a stick up her butt. She's got all these rules and all these plans for me that she wants me to follow. Like I told her, you know, 2 years ago, I'm not doing it. It's not for me, you know, so I've just been traveling. She calls it running away. I just call it being my own person, you know? But apparently, I don't have any free will, so they snatch me, keep trying to snatch me, take me back. Literally, like last night was another example of
that-
being attempted napping, you know. So
Was that by the Royal Roughnecks?
no. This was a family friend that used to work for my mom, do her dirty work, you know. This is a whole different story, different time, you know. But
What is your mother's name?
did I name my mom?
Well,
I think
the
I
last name is easy. because it's the same last name. That's the most important.
Mm-hmm.
If not, I'm gonna name her Victoria.
I remember she's hot. I'm almost there.
Really, that's the only thing you need to remember.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
amazing.
Okay.
Also,
The
believe
epitome.
while they're looking,
I don't remember how we pronounced it, but it's
Velia?
Velia.
Okay, Velia sounds good to me.
Meliamne. Velia
Yes.
Meliamne.
Okay,
That is her name.
all right.
Very famous politician.
Yes, yes. So, that is
That's my
That's
kid
the name.
story.
Yep.
So.
I didn't see anyone walking in the plains when I was up there, right?
You did not see any. You did catch just the. I mean, it's a little bit far away. You can see. It's too far away for you to see people. You can just see like the outline of buildings.
That's fair. I jumped down with like a little flip. We should probably start heading out. It's probably what, another 3 hours of walking?
Probably a little less than that, but a couple of hours, 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Theena's gonna put her hood back up and pull it down as low as it goes.
Okay.
I start absent-mindedly pressing like little nuts and fruits that I had like foraged earlier into both Ko and Key's hands. Just to make sure they've eaten something at least.
And Theena's gonna pull out her little instrument again and start playing that song again, trying to freaking get those memories stirring.
Okay.
Da-dum, 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 da-dum.
For now, just kind of strumming as you proceed through the Ashen Forest, the pine trees around you, and the extremely muddy, wet ground giving way to the flooded river, the Arkassian River, after about just under an hour. The rest of you, Libby, Harmony, and Mygs, making your way south, starting slightly earlier in the day. The following occurs. I need everybody's passive perception, please. One more.
18.
15 for Libby.
It's a hot
Let me
13.
find that.
Mygs, you said 14, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Mine's 13.
Passive perception, you said?
Passive perception, yeah.
That is a 10.
Okay.
Ooh. I should have said this earlier, but I'm also moving stealthily.
Okay. You do come to a bridge with which you can see the three figures approaching from the opposite side of the roaring, slightly flooded Arkassian River.
Theena steps behind the nearest tree again.
I follow. Is there a tall tree?
There are many trees. There's also a bit of a campground here, to which you hear a bit of a commotion. And oh, hey, pardon me. Hello. Yes, yes. And someone steps out of a tent here. It appears to be a town guard. So who's going into the tree?
Theena is hiding behind. Are they thick trunked trees or are they like little aspens?
They are little aspens. They're some of them. Make a perception check for me, for both Theena and Dhalia. Make perception checks for me.
Advantage. Are we still in woods?
You have just the edge of the woods, where the edge of the woods starts to thin, and it goes from pine to a mix of pine and deciduous and some much smaller trees, and it starts to thin out here.
I got a 26.
23.
We're
The-
just.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna say we're rolling.
Yeah, 23 for both of those rolls. This one, the one right next to the guard, who just kind of seems to be making his way out of the tent, seems to be the thickest of the trees in a cluster. The only one that appears to be able to be climbed. Key and Ko kind of walking, not necessarily commando style, you catch just the general attention of what appears to be a well-established river crossing with a river guard who is not just kind of adjusts his armor and is just kind of seems very jovial, very pleasant at first glance, and 3 individuals on the far side of the bridge about to make their way across the Arkassian bridge, heading towards you.
Theena will probably not hide behind the tree if it's not big enough, but will turn so that as much of her can be covered by the hood as possible, like with the hood cape combo as possible.
Okay, easy enough. Make a, let's see. No check for that. That's fine. You just kind of do that and kind of turn to the side. It's a bit of a strange sight to see someone kind of like intentionally shielding themselves. Might draw a little bit of suspicion, but while you're doing that, Libby
vanish into the tree.
Okay, so you've already been. There was nothing at first, and you were already kind of seen by the guard at first, but he seemed to be a little distracted. So I'll say, go ahead and make a contested stealth check for me.
Okay.
Just a regular contested stealth check.
That is an 18.
18. Okay. So we gotta find this guard.
Dhalia is traumatized. She does not want to be seen because she doesn't want to get shot at again.
So, guard here.
Theena is desperately trying not to be seen until she can determine friend or foe.
Yeah.
Ko is gonna approach and talk.
I just imagine Theena uses Dhalia as a more.
Yeah, he would have been like, "Now's the time to name drop."
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
A bit of a portly gentleman, and you can also see again what appears to be a well-dressed, shiny individual, a gnome with orange hair, and an elvish individual with sort of both a human and elvish features, and a little bit of draconic features as well. Seems to be confidently striding across the bridge, and this portly individual, 18 perception. What did you roll again for the stealth?
I believe it was an 18.
Okay, 18.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he rolled a 20, so you kind of make your way over here into the trees, and he goes, "Oh, hey!" And you hear a commotion, and another voice. Everything all right?
I take out an arrow and start scraping on the house. Just pretending like this was what I was trying to do.
You start taking
I'm
out.
just trying to collect some bark. What's wrong with you?
Okay, make a deception check. Make a deception check. Also, Ko is just walking right over, right?
Yes, I'm trying to diffuse the situation.
All right.
Ko is gonna walk up to the guards and be like, "Hello there, good sir. Would you mind giving us some directions? I'm afraid we're quite lost in this forest."
Make a performance check for me, Ko. And I think you might have advantage on that. You have one, or I'm not sure. It's up to y'all to remember what your advantages and disadvantages are once I give them to you.
Mine is arcane.
Arcane. Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect. Okay, because I was gonna say I totally forgot.
By the way.
Everyone's what?
I rolled a 5 in deception, by the way.
Okay, so
I got.
Go ahead, Ko.
I got a 21.
20. Yeah, perfect. All right. So the guard kind of looks over at Dhalia, and then I'm just gonna move your token over here, Dhalia, for a moment. Kind of looks over at Dhalia, and then looks over at Ko. Right. All right. I mean, easy enough. Your keep tabs on your strange friend here. There's been talk of strange. Kind of moves a little forward. It's not safe on this side of the bridge. And he just kind of nods, and especially not for such fair individuals such as yourselves. And kind of tries to look over and get a peek at Theena, just to see what's going on there.
Oh, don't mind her. She's got some acne. She's a bit self-conscious of her face. She's just a bit embarrassed. Don't worry about her. What is your name, good sir?
Make a deception check as this is happening. I'm going to say Libby, Mygs, and Harmony. you make your way over the Akershorn Bridge, which is the last sort of just through the
23!
plains. Woo! It's like, oh, all right, acne, terrible that. Right, sorry. Wish I had some better advice. What y'all doing on this side of the bridge? Again, it's dangerous. Wild beasts
I don't know if
and
you noticed, there was some flooding this morning. We got a bit swept away from where we were traveling earlier this morning. I'm not quite sure exactly where we are on this island, but we did get swept away quite a bit.
you can see his boots are covered in mud up to above the knee, and the ground is still muddy here, and the river is just kind of like roaring as it flows westward towards the ocean. And he's like, "Yep, I noticed." Kind of squishes around in the mud.
Bless your soul. They need to get you some better boots here and some better tents. Everything's muddy over here. Goodness, I'll put in a good word with the authorities here to make sure y'all are taken care of.
Put in a good word.
I'm like, hey, Harmony.
Oh,
do you
yes.
think
Oh,
these are
I'm so sorry. I
ruffians
didn't introduce myself.
that we're looking for?
My name is Kohilarion Meliamne. I don't know if you've heard of the family name, but I am here visiting on some family business.
Let's see. Hopefully he's not like real backwater yokel here. That's gonna be 11. Yeah, he's like Meliamne, right? One of the noble houses of the Dracolina, yeah?
Something like that, yeah. You've got the right idea.
Right, you got House Sigil? You do.
I do, yes, and I show him. Yes, this is mine, sir.
Oh. Why? Hey, we got a bit of a VIP here. Very important person. Hey, I know what it means. Right, right, I guess this checks out. Pardon me for bothering or hindering. Just we'll need the copper toe.
Copper toll, got it. And I'll
Right.
start digging in my bag and I'll... How much was it exactly?
2 copper pence per person.
All right, perfect. Math. There's 4 of us. Mm-hmm. So I'm just gonna hand him 10 copper pence and be like, keep the change for yourself.
Oh, I couldn't do that. It would be unethical. And hands you back the 2 copper.
Okay.
We love a good
Can't accept tips. Sorry.
The European.
Yeah, Canadian.
That would be unethical.
Yeah.
Trying to bribe?
Bless
Trying to
him.
bribe?
What a good man.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean it's why they put him on bridge duty. You know what I mean? Like.
That's a good egg, that one. That's a good egg.
That's a good egg. He gets the shittiest spot, but it's because he's so good.
Yes, because he's too good.
Yep.
Co's just gonna be like, respect.
Yeah. Well, don't let me keep you. Oh, looks like I got visitors coming over. It's free to cross over into the wildlands, but who would want to do that? There's listen, you'll best be careful out there in the south and the southern woods. There's reports of unsavory folks planning descent against the crown out there in the woods. Nasty folk, those.
Goodness, that sounds terrifying. I'll
It's
have
quite
to let
scary.
my family know of the trouble here. We'll send some reinforcements.
That would be nice. There's only 2 of us here. If we've been asking for reinforcements for weeks, haven't gotten anything.
I'll put in a good word for you. Don't you worry about it.
All right. Well, much obliged, and nice to meet y'all. And if you could get some reinforcements down here, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Ko's gonna give a very stiff, formal bow, just for theatrics.
Hey, just Asheroth, when did you put in the request for reinforcements in here? About better part of a month ago. Right. See.
You're
I know,
joking.
right? No, it's been about a month. Can you believe that?
Goodness. I can't believe the state they treat you.
All right. So we have a couple of different things. We still have the tarot card pull from the raid from Ria, which we're keeping, and we have one from Anna, Thank you, Anna, and another one from Circedon. So this one needs to be saved. This is the one from the raid from Rio. This one needs to be saved until we get back to town for a very specific purpose. Next one's from Anna. Anna, tarot card pull here. Oop, that is actually more of the same. These have not been entirely shuffled the way that I would like them. So if we get duplicates, we'll give Anna a reshuffle there. That one just jumped out at me, so that's one we're gonna go with. Anna, let's see what we got. Same one. Interesting. Well, same one twice, so we're gonna go with that.
Interesting
So,
is a
and
terrifying.
then yeah, we got one from upside down. Oh, okay. Interesting. Perfect. That one was from Circedon.
Interesting is a terrifying word.
Fear intensifies.
Especially when it comes from the DM. Like,
Yeah.
is it though?
I don't like that.
All right.
It's like, is it interesting or is it just bad?
Well, carry on, and looks like we've got some more people. Come forward over the bridge. Don't want to clog up the bridge here. It's a little bit narrow at points. Come along. And gesturing towards Harmony and Mygs and Libby to approach.
Well,
Harmony
I'm glad that
will...
we're finally allowed to cross.
You were saying something before, Mygs.
Oh, yes. I was wondering do you think that these might be the people we're looking for? Would be awfully convenient.
Harmony, like,
Once
as...
in a tree?
as we're walking closer, Harmony will just kind of quickly scan the people before them.
Yeah, I would also like to have just like a general perception check on like the people.
Okay, both of you make perception checks.
Do we know what the people we're looking for are supposed to look like?
Isabits, thank you. Hydrate or dice straight. Everybody take a drink.
Yeah, what did the missive say? Did we actually read it?
I'm assuming we read it on the way.
It deals. It is just. It is a summons to the Fairhaven Town Hall to answer for property damage, and it is addressed to the Quicksilver Troop specifically, and it has the names, the first and last names of some of which don't seem to match the names that you were given of the Quicksilver Troop, and there is. At the very bottom, there is a note that says, a person of interest, that matches the description of the woman you see here, and another person of interest that has been asked to, at the very bottom, as a note, there's a secondary note that just says, please rejoin and return with these two individuals. Again, matching the description of both of the individuals here. The other two that you can see, the one with the hood up, you can't really get a good sight on, and then the woman over here poking around in the bushes. But what were your perception checks from Mygs and Harmony?
17.
Mine was 21.
21, okay. I'm gonna say for Theena, what check do you think would be appropriate for trying to be subtle and covering up yourself with your hood and not trying to be seen? Also, posture check. Thank you, Anna. I'll let you argue which role you think would be most appropriate for that. Emma?
I would say probably a performance, because I'm not trying to hide in a place. I'm trying to, like, hold myself in a certain way and keep an eye on everyone, where everyone else is looking, so that I appear a certain way to them.
Perfect. Okay, make a performance check.
Okay. That's hot 11.
Yeah, it's Mygs and Harmony both, you can see that there is this woman here is acting very, very awkwardly. The one off to the side here is a little a bit on, kind of playing it cool, a bit on edge, seems to have a darker presence about them. And over here, the individual on your left, on the right of them down here, seems to be very confident. And this woman here is just odd that she's poking around and collecting some bark, but that's kind of the general.
Into the tree.
Yeah, okay, carving something into the tree. That's kind of like the general gist of everything that's kind of happening over here.
Well,
Okay, well, at least 2 of them are people we need.
Yes. But the others, the troop, I suppose?
They must
I
have...
don't know.
They must be further out. Be my guess.
Well, a stated purpose for our intervention was to protect them, yes?
True.
There was
Well,
worry expressed about their safety.
it was to bring them back. They need to go to the town hall.
Yes. So, well, we can bring these 2 back, and then, seems like they're headed back to town anyway, so...
Yes, of course. All right, then.
Perhaps we could simply provide an escort. We were given to understand that there are dangers in these woods and such, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
My
Right.
girlfriend is being rude. Carry on.
Harmony will... I should probably just describe what she looks like.
Yes, all right. So as you all kind of walk over the bridge, Libby, Mygs, and Harmony, would you please describe your characters as the other individuals on the far side of the bridge get a glimpse of you for the first time? And feel free to move your characters and your tokens closer to the rest of the group. And Harmony took the initiative, so Harmony, go ahead and describe your character for everyone, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. So, you see this tall, toned, kind of like 6'2" because she's wearing platforms, kind of brown skin, half elf, with these almost symmetrical scales, these purple scales along her face, before it turns into kind of like a vitiligo type pattern across the surface of the rest of her body. And she's wearing this military-esque, she's taking some liberties with it, outfit in which just kind of like comes down to a play suit that crops at a higher, like her upper thighs, before wearing kind of just over the knee military-esque boots with, lots of straps. She doesn't appear to have any weapons on her. You might see like a small leather pouch or like sheath for a dagger, but that's about it. She's not very armed at all, in fact. And she has this kind of like half cape that flows behind her, and she walks very confidently, as if she couldn't give 2 shits who was watching her. Long, dark, it looks like black hair, but when the light hits it, there's this just deep, riveting purple, and her eyes are this kind of like conflux of purple and pinks that almost glow in the dark. That's Harmony.
All right, thank you. And we
Damn.
stand. Also, real quick, stopping there for a second before we go to Mygs. Dhalia, with your active perception check, you can probably discern that this person is exactly that, is military, is Vas'Kratorian, and is has a very nationalistic presentation.
Immediately step to cover Dhalia. Theena. Just like move along nonchalantly and stand in front of her.
Okay. So that is something that happens. You see the Harmony, the woman that's kind of trying to hide, you see the other woman who was kind of carving into the trees kind of shift in front of her. Mygs, go ahead and describe your character for everyone. I know you have new art. We'll fix that, and actually, I can probably grab it now.
Yes. I do have new art, which I finished today because I'm not a procrastinator whatsoever. But Mygs is a very attractive gnome. She is about 3'8". It's a very stark difference compared to the very tall people that she's traveling with. And so she's 3'8". She has very striking bright red hair, very curly. She is very fair. She has a lot of freckles dotting her skin and bright green eyes. She's wearing mostly black and brown leathers, and she has she has two scarves covering her neck, one blue, one red, and she has a sort of cloak draped over her shoulders that seem to be attached to some kind of like leather pauldron of some sort, not like anything fancy, but like some kind of shoulder covering. Some like very not quite ceremonial armor because it is leather armor, but it's definitely not it's useful, but it's definitely more uh like it's definitely looks more like ceremonial rather than for use, but it does look worn. And she has you see that she has a short bow as well as a rapier by her side. And she seems to be exuding confidence in so many levels. Also, the shirt that she's wearing is very low cut, because why not? And
Why not? Yeah.
why not? And she looks very much like bored of any situation, and she looks like she knows that she's better than anyone else.
Wow.
All right, and
Aaron, real quick before
Yes.
Libby goes, can you please check the whisper I sent to you on?
I did, and make a history check, I'll say. But go ahead and make a history check. Let me know how that turns out.
Not good. It's gonna be less than 10.
Yeah. So no. But what I will say is that there are certain things that have triggered locked memories within you, and this is not one. Though
Okay.
she does have the appearance of someone from the Vas'Kratoria. In a strictly military sense, you try and tap in, and your heart skips a beat, and you're fairly confident as your memory synapses are not firing at all. You're pretty confident you've not seen or interacted with this person before. By the way, I want to say for Ryu's raid and for Anna, just to show you the tarot cards that you pulled, it's dual blood hunters for the two of you, and we have a roll table for that. But we're going to pause there for that because that is something that we have to roll on. But before we take a quick break, let's go over to Libby. And Libby, go ahead and describe your character.
So, Liber Alba, or Libby, is... I don't remember how tall I said she was in the session 0, but that's fine. I'm gonna say she's like 5'5", 5'6". So a bit shorter than Renee's character. Harmony. Jesus, why am I struggling with her name? Anyway, she has a build similar to like a human woman of her size, except she is rather obviously a construct. She has a loose-fitting, sort of off-white, cream-colored blouse, with a blue, sort of bow tie, and just simple, like, brown slacks. And she's carrying a shield that has a mosaic on the front that's a red hand in front of a sun with starbursts on each of the fingertips. And sorry, it's been a while since I've looked at the art. The hand is like a red outline and silver on the inside. and she has what looks like a large book in the other hand. She's walking very like straight, but it's not so much in a like pompous way. It's just very sort of placid as she looks around at her surroundings and gauges the people in front of her. She just has a very defined posture. It's really, really good posture for someone who has no muscles.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know what else I can really say about her. She looks like she does in the art. Her porcelain and brass bits, or copper, bronze, that's what I said before. Her yeah, she shines. There's a bit of a shimmer on the surface of her bits because of just sunlight. Yeah.
Okay.
Descriptions are hard, you guys.
All right. So before we go on a break, I need 2 D4 rolls from Ryu's raid and from Anna's tarot card pull. Yeah. Straight in our game, never. Walk straight, maybe.
I'll roll a d4.
Okay. All right.
I'll roll the other one.
You got it. 2 D4s. We're gonna check the roll table
Got it.
here for those
2.
2 tarot pulls. 2.
2.
Okay. Perfect. All right. That works.
Oh my god, we met.
Something really
oh my
wants.
God, twinsies! You're about to probably try and kill me.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so perfect. That is so
no.
perfect. That's a perfect time to take a break.
boy.
So let's take 5. So go and grab some good berries, sharpen your blades, and we will see you all back here. We still have Sarsadon's pull. And Sarsadon, I just want to show you before the break. This was the last tarot card pull that we had here. So reminder is that our tier 4 subscribers get 2 tarot card pulls. So this is the first one for Sarsadon, the first one for Anna. Val and She, you each have 2 as well remaining. But the first one for Sarsadon is an interesting one that we're going to do that might segue us into the next phase, or the cliffhanger potentially is the Mystic, which is very beautiful art. I love these cards so much. And again, you can go check out the wonderful folks at Weirdworks LLC. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be back here at 12:25 EST.
Shoot first, ask question later scenario is gonna go.
I would prefer you did that the other way around.
Hey, Gabby, your hair looks really hot like that.
Thank you. My hair was really
I agree,
annoying me.
it's a
So
good look.
kind of. Yeah, it's the only good thing
can
that
we
comes
just
from cutting
can we just
bangs.
take a second to appreciate like how hot Gabby looks with her hair like that?
Yeah, she gives big MILF energy.
It's a great look.
Especially
Yeah.
Yeah.
the shirt add to it though. I feel
Yeah.
like
Yeah, it does.
They have really big milk with like the big mommy milkers. It's like
Yeah.
With like a bottle of
milk.
wine.
Milk central over there.
But by the way,
Perfect.
Rory, now I have like the biggest freaking craving for bagel with cream cheese. I'm like, yeah.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah.
I've only seen your girlfriend in very quick snippets. The 2 pictures I just put in the chat are the same person who I thought I was like, is that? Because that is legit who I thought was just peeking around the corner. And this person may not look anything like your girlfriend, but that is who.
Oh yeah,
she
she
looked
totally
like in a
does.
quick snippet.
Oh, she does.
Those cheekbones
Wow.
are fucking criminal. Oh my god. Those things
Yeah.
could cut glass.
This person is very attractive,
Wow.
and I have followed them on TikTok, and it was why I thought I was like,
Who dem?
I
Hairstyle
also
appreciation
follow them on TikTok.
intermission. Yeah. Sahara Llama, thank you. Agreed. So now that we are picking back up right where we left off.
Sahara Llama, go to bed.
All right.
After our stream, of course. Stay for the end of the stream.
After the stream, yes.
Oh yeah,
yes.
for sure.
The Mystic, I'm very excited about, the one that Cercidon pulled, so that's going to be interesting. So, our two mini parties have joined at the bridge, and you're kind of now just standing here awkwardly staring at each other. What do you do? Beyond that.
Hello.
I'm just fan in hand. Covering
Hello,
my
darlings.
Well, hello there. And what?
Theena does not say hello.
Hi.
Sorry, what's happening?
They've
We
just
were
said hi.
given. We were given a missive for, and like she'll twirl her finger around and then point. You two.
Us two.
We're to
Might I inquire about what?
we're to escort you safely back to town,
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's where we're headed.
along with some companions of yours, the Quicksilver troop.
Yes, them too.
I'm not quite sure who you're
I'm not
referring
quite sure
to.
that there are companions. We did escape the tavern together. I'm not really sure. There was a fight going down. We were running as far as we could. But I'm not sure where they went to. There was a bit of trouble last night and this morning with the flood, as you see.
Yes, of course, the flood.
So after this altercation, did you split up? What direction did they go?
This guy again kind of interrupting. He's like, right, you ain't kidding me. I'm knee deep in it, right? Ruined my best boots.
Like this gentleman said, his best boots. Goodness. I'm not quite sure where they went to. I think they took off sometime in the night. When we woke up and we were all surrounded by water, I think that's about when we got split up.
Can I do an
I'm
insight
terribly
check
sorry.
Sure.
Sir, if you'd like,
on their story?
Libby first. Go ahead.
Oh, she was just talking to the guardsman. If you'd like, I might be able to fix your boots.
Oh,
I think I'm bending. Actually, hold on.
me boots. Mygs, insight check on which one?
I guess, Ko? Right, that's your name, Ember?
Yes.
On Ko, on what Ko is saying about their story, I just want to, like, fact check, basically. Like, see
okay.
if I think they're
Can I
telling the
assist
truth.
Mygs?
I already have advantage from the...
Oh,
court.
okay.
Yeah.
You chill that. You
Yeah,
you
okay.
got this, boss.
All right. So yeah. All right. Insight check. Co roll deception. All right. Wait. Co. What was your story one more time? Can you just recap for me, just so I? What did you tell them in a nutshell?
That we escaped the tavern around the same time. And I think we got split up sometime around the flood.
Okay.
Which is not altogether untrue.
Yeah. There's. I would say roll. I would say roll deception. Just to see, and I'm gonna come back with some things on that. So.
Oh no, bro!
Okay. All right. So Mygs,
What
go
did
ahead.
you roll?
Mygs insight at
I
advantage.
rolled, 23.
Oh yeah. So it sounds more like they're leaving some things out and maybe dancing around some things, but generally seems to be in line with. That's definitely the vibe you're getting. That they are very good at, again, exactly that kind of dancing around some of the facts and leaving some things out, but not. You're pretty confident that they're not just flat out lying to you. You've seen that before, based on your work specifically, and you're a pretty good read of people. And yeah.
Okay. All right then, wonderful. Do you, if you had to guess, would you have any idea on where they might be going?
If I had to guess, here, let me see real quick. Can we see the map real quick so I can give a direction?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you go on back to the map.
While they're talking, Libby's just gonna help fix up the guardsman's boots.
All right.
She doesn't have prestidigitation, so there's no magical drying or cleaning, but she does have mending, so she can, like, fix any holes or anything like that.
Okay. So not prestidigitation, but mending.
Yeah, that way so they can at least, not
Yeah,
get
okay.
wet later.
All right. Yeah. So you cast Mending and Libby begins to, you can see sort of what appears to be a heat gun kind of come out from the bottom of their wrist. You hear and kind of like shooting the web, the Spidey web, but not, because you have ruined my life with a scientifically accurate Spider-Man. So now at the bottom of the wrist, it is just.
I apologize for nothing.
And the heat gun is, and also there seems to be like a fine spray mist in it as well, and it begins to, the mud kind of naturally cakes off, and also some of the leather becomes reinforced. And he's like, oh, blimey! Because that's what ye old British people in fantasy say all the time, right? Right?
Yes, they do.
All right. So,
Can I?
Go ahead. Do you think? Sorry.
If I may.
yes, maybe.
We were traveling out in the grasslands, and I do fancy myself quite an expert in tracking. I did see quite a lot of footfalls of a rather large troop of like 5 people walking towards the Phoenix Mountains. So if I was to guess, that'd be your best bet on where they headed.
Well, thank you very much.
The complete wrong way, basically, I see.
Yeah. So the guard's like, right, if you all have conflicting motives here, I can take the missive, and they went into the Ashen Forest. They got to come back at some point, so I'll hold on to it, and when they come back, I'll give them the missive. Once they and then they'll, so that way it's delivered.
Well, we were told that the forests were quite unsafe. It might be better if we were to go as a group and retrieve them, and then all go back to the town together.
Well,
I agree.
it's up to y'all. It's up to you lot, really. You can. I'd be happy to hold on to this and deliver it for you. But
Though I suppose this isn't our main objective, so
I see it as we found 2 of them. We can escort them back to the town since they're going to the town anyway. And leave the missive with the guard here, and if to enter the town again, they must pass through this bridge. They will receive it.
happy to be helpful to the citizens of Halivas. It's my duty after all as a good public servant, and I can assure you, Barry was the horse guy. Is I can assure you with
the love of my life.
with the Century Bartholomew guarantee, I'll get this to the proper places where it needs to be.
Thank you so much,
All right,
Century. And I hand
How
him
many-
the missive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they keeping an eye on Theena at all?
Harmony is keeping a general just
Yeah.
watch of the group.
The guards seem to not really give a shit about I mean, this guy seems to be very friendly and doesn't seem to be too judgmental about anybody, and just kind of wants to do a good job, really.
He's the best lad, honestly.
Best lad, yeah. And
I fucking hate the
He's
Empire.
gotta have a flaw. He's
Mm,
gotta have a flaw.
I hate the Empire, but this man.
This man right here. Golden boy.
his flaw is that he's naive.
His flaw is that he
His-
works
yeah.
for the Empire.
But yeah, that too. He looks over at Harmony and goes, "Didn't know we had a relatively high-ranking member of one of the irregulars here with us, Miss. It's an absolute pleasure to meet your acquaintance." And just kind of takes the spear and kind of salutes over his chest.
I'm sure it is.
Are they an irregular sight around here?
Well, formal military ain't usually step foot on the island. I mean, we requested reinforcements. Don't know if you know anything about that, miss, but
I might know something.
Liv, I got you. I got you. That was good. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Glad
Right, well,
somebody appreciates such
if-
wordplay.
if you've got reinforcements on the horizon, if you could send them down to the bridge sooner than later, that would be Much obliged. Again, it seems to
I'll
be
see what I can do.
increasing rumors of trouble brewing in the woods here, so a little bit of support would be extremely helpful.
Of course.
All right. Well, we best be on our way.
Right, like I said, you got the Bartholomew guarantee you'll get this to the right people.
Thank you so
Good.
much, Sentry Bartholomew.
My pleasure. Always happy to serve the Queen.
Yes, the Queen.
Audibly gags.
Right. That's what I said.
You... When Mygs says yes, the Queen, she's very much just like, yeah. The Queen, right?
Inside check that.
The Queen.
Yes, the Queen.
Oh,
Has like
never-
that polite smile, like yeah.
Can I insight Mygs to see if there was any like thing underneath
Ooh, yeah. Go ahead and make an insight check, and
that?
I'll let
I wasn't
Elle decide how they
really
want
leaving
to.
it as deception. It wasn't quite
Well-
deception. It was very much a thinly veiled. Oh yeah.
Right. Well, you don't have to make a deception yet, so I want to say, what'd you get? 12?
I got 23.
23. Okay. 23. Do you want to make a contested roll, or do you want to give Gabby some information about what that underlying tone meant? She got a
I
20.
can give Gabby some information.
Okay, all right. Yeah, see, this is what's nice about having a group of established friends and 2 new friends is that you have that little bit of rapport already from our Tomb of Annihilation campaign. Check it out on YouTube. Go ahead.
So, what you see from that comment, like, basically, you can tell that she doesn't really care for the Queen. She's like, she's here on request by the Queen. She doesn't really care for her. She doesn't like. She honestly really like would rather be anywhere else, honestly. And quite frankly, just doesn't really like the Queen. So yeah.
Okay, so you are picking up on something that makes you a little bit relaxed. But by the way, go ahead and make an insight check, Gabby, on just a general insight check, trying to get a read on.
Natural 20.
Harmony is probably the lapdog that you were hearing about, as far as people to be on the lookout for.
Yeah, I am.
I see those eyebrows.
By the way, Craig's Cottage, thank you for the hydrate. Hydrate or die straight.
If Mygs
I
and
would
Dahlia
never.
lock
Right?
eyes,
Me neither.
If Mygs and Dahlia lock eyes, she has a fan out, so she does like a little like covers half her face and kind of gives her a wink of like I see you.
You know Mygs winks back.
Of course. Where I fucking. Oh, you hate
I
the Queen? I hate the Queen,
already.
let's
Like, oh, perfect.
fuck. Amazing. Yeah, but it's the special fan that I'm holding because, of course, it is. And just keeping more of a protective thing in front of Theena, even though I'm short as fuck.
Actually, at this distance, I'm sure Harmony and Mygs can probably tell, and Libby, if she's looking. Theena's green. You couldn't see much else? This is a big green bitch.
Yeah. She's tall and she's green.
Jolly green giant.
I mean, Libby is a 2,000-year-old porcelain doll, so she doesn't really have room to judge.
Harmony's definitely, giving y'all the up and downs. Also,
Hey, let's
'cause
play spot the
y'all
pro
are
tag.
y'all are some mighty fine, attractive folk. Also,
You are all the
so-
protagonist. When I say that, trust me. When I say, yeah.
We're all hot, so of course we're all the protagonists.
We're all the protagonists. We all have the pink hair.
This is.
Yes, everyone knows.
This is.
Libby doesn't have hair.
We're
Except
not
for
in
what's in her
the
bag.
magical girl anime.
We're not in Chult anymore, y'all.
Yeah.
This
actual
is
human
different.
We're
interaction.
not in the jungle anymore, folks.
Every single one of you has a backstory that has world-shattering implications
Lord.
Oh, good.
or
What a
campaign-shattering,
terrifying prospect.
That's awesome.
narrative-shattering,
Mhm.
I should say.
No, world shattering. Don't go back. We will shatter the world, each of
Yes.
us independently.
Well, one of you might.
Dibs.
What?
Since perhaps we're going to be all traveling together, I believe introductions should be had. Right,
At this point,
darlings?
Libby rejoins the group after fixing boots and generally making friends with guardsmen. Hello. My name is Liber Alba, or Libby to friends and similar acquaintances.
Libby, it's a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, yes, my name is Ko. But you might know my family name, Kohilarion Meliamne.
I do not.
Would
I'm a bit
would we
new.
know this name?
And does Harmony recognize that name?
Harmony, make a history check at advantage, and Mygs, make a regular history check based on... No, actually, Mygs at advantage too, because of where you
Actually,
operate out of. Both you had advantage.
A small question, Essie, and this is a long
Small
shot, I
answer,
know,
yes.
but how old is that family name? Would that family
Old.
name go back to the Arkassian Empire? Would it be familiar to Libby?
Make a history check.
The DM
I got a
concentration.
19.
Okay.
I got a 9.
19, 9. Even at
You got a
advantage?
9 with advantage, Renee?
Yeah, I rolled a 3 and a 7.
Ooh,
That
yeah.
that's what we
You're
call a
doing
yikes.
great.
So what I'm gonna say is, Mygs, you can see the wheels turning, and for you, Harmony, it's a thing where you'd probably be confident saying, I know the name, but I can't quite place the situation. Libby, what did you get?
11.
11. It doesn't seem that way. I was thinking maybe a variation of the name, perhaps, but you have no idea. You have not heard of that, nor are you making any connections to variations on that name. Mygs, you know exactly who that is. Mygs, you specifically, you know the time that you spent in the Adrakalina in the City of Lights, generally speaking?
Yeah.
Okay, all that time. In the center of the city, on an elevated plateau, reinforced elevated plateau, there is the castle. There is the beacon. And the beacons that surround the central pillar of light. Around the castle, there are several enormous, about at least a dozen enormous mansions where the most powerful of the elite and their extended families of extended families stay. The elite of the high elves of the Adrakalina, of the Vas'Kratoria, 6 of whom form the High Council that serves parallel and adjacent to only the Queen herself. Of this High Council of Light that serves adjacent to the Queen, Meliamne is the name of one of them.
Oh, so this is the kid of a high councilwoman.
Yes.
Great.
That's a big... That is literally
That's a
one
big
step...
deal.
That's one step removed from the Queen herself.
Practically a princess in her own right.
You said that there were 6 families in the High
Goddamn.
Council?
6 families that serve on the High Council, yes.
6
Or
families.
6 individuals. 6 individuals on the High Council of Light.
Hey, Ember, how do you spell your last name, my love?
That is the question.
I'll copy and paste it in the chat now.
All right, you got it. So,
Thank you.
Mygs, you
I'm
kind
making
of...
notes.
You're almost in disbelief in a second, and you're like, no way. But if what they're saying is true, this is probably the most important person on this island.
Oh God.
And you can see Harmony being like, and you should probably let her know.
I'm gonna just kind of whisper, be like, "This is this is the daughter of one of the High Council women of the city, of the
Shit.
Council of Lights."
The Luminous Council, also known as the Luminous Council.
See, Harmony thought she was the most important person
Yeah,
here.
and he's like around, like, you know, bopping around like nothing is a big deal, and just kind of like totally laissez-faire about the whole situation. Big
It's like,
smile.
You are far from home, small child. Please go back.
And they're like, as pictured on that art there. I just imagine that art, if that art had a sound that you used for Ko, it would be like that anime sparkle. you know the one, anime sparkle noises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The moment where they just like the king, like that king anime trope.
Yeah. Or like, you know, like a wink and a thumbs up with like the toothy smile, and then you hear the sparkle sound effect in anime. That sound effect and trope is their general demeanor.
So Harmony will like just kind of take a moment to herself to just, you know, straighten up herself.
Yeah, their family could make anyone here disappear.
Yikes.
No, but I
big.
just came back from a disappearance.
Don't do that.
Yes.
Well,
Ko's gonna
my
be like,
name-
and you are?
to Harmony?
To all of y'all.
Oh, okay.
I already met Libby.
I am Mygani Wyldstytch.
That was a canon pause.
It was.
Yep. Cannon pause.
Just like,
Harmony and Mygs looked at each other like, you go first. No, you go first.
You go
Are we
first.
gonna give her this person our real name or not?
I am
How to
Mygani
determine if someone's a top or bottom?
Mygs is for sure a top. I am Mygani Wyldstytch. You may call me Mygs, though. I am an emissary from Karnos.
A pleasure to meet you. Mygs, that is, right?
Yes, it is.
A pleasure.
And she holds out her hand. Just like, hello.
Ko's gonna just, you know.
Also, to make things easier, if anyone wants to, you can put your character's pronouns in the description. So you know how there's all the nameplates on the bottom. If you go into the cogwheel, it will say display name, and you can put your character's name and your character's pronouns. That might make things easier. So carry on. Go ahead.
Pleasure to meet you, Ko. This is my associate, who does not want to introduce herself.
I will. Give me a moment.
Oh.
Hello,
Now we
darling. So filled with sass.
Only for
My
you.
name, darling, is Harmony. Pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you, Harmony. It appears that you're wearing military garb. What area are you from? What, you know?
I forgot. Where am I from?
You're from the City of Lights, right? From Madrigalina? From the main... Well,
Yes.
Yeah, so most of the seat of military strength, I believe that you spent some time, or your father spent some time, you have actually, you're well-traveled. You have lived in both the Hang on, let me just answer our wonderful people in the chat here real quick. So, by the way, yes, every other Saturday. So the next stream will be on the 10th. Next stream is on the 10th. One of our subscribers. Thank you, Isabets. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you on the 10th. Good night, Isabets. So, carry on. So, you have been... Good night. So, you have been... ooh, and they redeemed an amethyst at the very last second. So that is... In the meantime, while I'm explaining this, everybody go ahead and roll another d20 for me. So, Harmony, you have been... I'm going to pull up the map of the Vas'Kratoria real quick.
16.
16, all right.
12.
19.
19, 16, 16. 19, I think, is the highest so far. Anybody else still rolling? All right, 19. Who got the 19 again?
I did.
All right, that's a temporary +1 to your AC until the end of session.
Oh, that's cool.
From the amethyst, yeah, protective crystal. All right, so you have lived in Bastion's Hold. You have lived in City of Lights. Most of the time you have spent is in the Adrakalina, the City of Lights. Though you and your family have also spent time in Savosia, the small lake town of Savosia, by the Savosi Research Outpost and the Savosi Mills, and also in Frostfire, far to the north. So, very well traveled.
Sorry, I was just writing that down.
That is okay. Back to Halivas.
I'm rather well traveled, though originally hail from the City of Lights.
You're from my hometown. What area of the City of Lights? I've been all over the city, you see.
I'll bring up the map. I'll bring up the map.
I'm sorry to keep
Why
doing
do you
this
wish
to
to cause me pain?
Quite relate, you know.
Oh.
Ember is determined to be the one that makes the DM name every single
I'm ready.
NPC.
I'm ready.
From the southern east ward
Yeah.
of...
Ember has just left and right been like, I like them. I like them. I like them.
So, if on this map now, you see in the center here, in the center you have the Arminaleth is the royal palace.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the beacon of light. This is the Narthangala, the Narthankala. It is the central symbol of the city. And then you also have the 5 beacons here, which are essentially watchtowers, magical wards that also shield the center of this island from any sort of magical intrusion whatsoever. It is completely shielded. See all these manor homes? These are huge. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Actually, yeah, I think there's exactly 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, there's exactly 12 manor homes here. And this is where the elite of the elite stay. This is the home of the Royal Guard. This is also the home of the Valyrian Knights, elite members of the Order of the Blazing Shield, and also the Eroth Tikal, the Dragon Keepers, and the Veloth Telvas, the Queen's Blades, are also stationed out of the barracks here. Ko, pick a mansion.
I want.
Pick a mansion, any mansion.
The big one up there? All right, there you
I want the
go.
one with the courtyard in the middle.
Yep, it's the one with the biggest courtyard. So the and Harmony, you know all of these names too. Like to be in the Aradil Mar, the home of elvish nobility, is a big fucking deal. That's like
Jesus.
no, yeah, that it is a big deal. Like especially like council member. Like I mean, you've already been over that about like they could make us disappear in the snap of a, and like you know, just like that. But yeah, within the Aradil Mar. So I would say you would probably be military. You'd probably either have your choice of the Firia Canasta, the residential district, mostly humans, half elves, etc., or in the Dirnaith, the military quarter, or the military barracks.
Could you pronounce the first one again?
Firya Canasta.
Firya Canasta.
Yep. Firya
Okay.
apostrophe Canasta. And these are all Tolkien-esque naming conventions. Slightly modified.
Okay. I know where I live.
Yes. And there is also the Lux Academy is here. The Istanome Canasta is the Academy District. The Mancale Canasta is the Trades District. Then there is the Alchemist District, because there is no word for alchemy in Elvish. The Ilin Ridas is the Many Farms, over here to the west. Harkask Manor is the home of Ravensguard. The shipping district and docks ward, there's also no Elvish name for. That is more of a shipping and docking is more of a human term. And of course, the Korda Canasta, the temple district.
So, Harmony.
I think a lot about this.
We'll turn back to Ko. I'm from the Firya Canasta district. So, a little far off.
Canastra district. That is a quaint area, absolutely.
Yes.
I have
Yes.
some childhood friends that live there. Very
You-
nice.
Oh, really?
Most
Like
definitely
who? Maybe I know them.
Johnny? Sammy?
Little
Hey, guys.
Timmy.
Jane? Daniel's son?
Can we have an aside here? While these two are awkwardly pushing for more information, Theena is going to be like tugging on Dhalia, like, do we need to GTFO?
I'm working on it. Get where I did it. I'm working on it. I'm waiting for these two idiots to stop talking.
While they're talking, Mygs is gonna fully turn her attention to Theena and Dhalia, and be like, "Well, the rest of us have introduced ourselves. Also, at Key, right? Key hasn't introduced himself yet either.
My name is Key. Just Key.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, Key.
And who
Oh.
are you two in the back?"
Well, I am Dhalia. You may call me D. Auntie, whatever the fuck. This is my friend.
I am Theena. She does not turn.
A pleasure to
Nice to meet you both.
She's quite shy. Just in general. Don't mind her.
Oh, that's
Although-
entirely understandable. We do cut a striking visage altogether, I suppose.
That is quite true.
Libby's
I
gonna
do
be my
have
favorite.
one question. Theena and I are supposed to be doing some shopping, gathering materials and stuff. Are we required to accompany you once we get to the village? Surely not,
Well,
right?
I
As-
suppose not.
It seems like you all are catching up anyways. Would it be possible for us to go ahead? It's quite a long shopping list.
Quite.
Oh, well, I wouldn't want to keep you up. We'll just have Poe and Harmony walk while we talk. Come on then, let's all head back into the city.
Hey, Key. Where shall we meet?
That is an excellent question.
Do you know of any taverns?
You do.
I do, but I don't think that's the place to go. It's
Well,
rough
there's more
sort
than one.
there.
With Harmony
Heard they
here
had some
to back.
Bar fights.
Yeah. Go ahead, Key. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying. Heard they had some bar fries.
Just a few.
Some ruffians
Um,
made a scene.
But Ko, you're pretty. You might need some reminding by Harmony or someone else, but I think Ko would know that if they really needed to, they could just throw the name around and name drop and be totally fine.
Yeah, okay. I'll find somewhere.
I love the mumbles. Like, yeah.
Is
Yeah,
there
yeah.
a town center? I'm assuming so, right?
Maybe not the direct center, Dhalia.
Don't worry about it.
I am very worried, Dhalia.
Don't worry about it.
It doesn't make me less worried, Dhalia.
Why are you
What are you
worried?
all
I
worried
specifically
about?
asked you not to be worried. Why are you worried?
Your worry is very valid, but trust me at least on this.
What are you worried about, my
perhaps-
dear? You are in surely good hands.
A lot to be worried about around here.
That is fair. Is there something that I could do, perhaps, to assuage some of your worry? Something that would help you feel at ease?
I have a question, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Considering Theena, what do I think about Libby? Is there like anything that comes from the existence of an
Similar
automaton?
question. Similar
Surprisingly,
question reversed.
yes.
Do I know
Okay.
what Theena is?
Okay. No and no.
Cool.
You're
Spicy.
totally foreign to each other. Yeah, real spicy.
That's amazing.
Yep.
No, I do appreciate it, but I am just antsy to be on our way.
Well, by all means, then let's get going. And I kind of tug Harmony to like get this moving along the bridge.
Harmony
say-
looks at you with this, like, typically she's, like, very composed, but she has this, like, you've just dragged me out of a very awkward conversation. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go. Like,
Is that gratitude towards
Yeah.
Mygs?
yeah.
Oh, what a terrible conversation.
Character
to have
development
left with
on
them
the
from.
first session.
Mig's face has a very, very brief, just like shock, just like yes, and then very quickly just smiles, like yes.
Oh
You
no.
will owe me for this
It
one.
1000% has gone to Mig's head.
Let's just walk.
If Mygs' head
And-
gets much bigger, they'll be average height.
Yeah, I will.
All right. So,
And so I kind of gesture for Theena and Dhalia to come.
okay.
Theena will not go ahead of anyone. Theena
You
is
got it.
traveling in the back.
This probably
Dhalia
seems
is
like the
going.
appropriate marching order, all things considered.
Hold on, we gotta zoom in.
All right. So, is there anything that anyone wishes to do or say to each other in the 3-hour trip from the
3
Agershorn
hours
Bridge?
across 3 miles.
Oh, sorry,
have
2
to
hours.
Dip.
You're not hunting any more animals.
I'm not gonna hunt, I promise.
You made Theena sad. You can't do it again.
How was I supposed to know you're vegetarian?
I didn't know I was vegetarian until you tried to feed me meat.
Look, the way I see it, we got out of this learning something about you we didn't know beforehand. Are there any
I
animals
think-
just skittering around?
I
Make
think,
make a perception check. Yes, Mix.
I think that Mygs is gonna also try to just kind of see like what Dee's deal is, but also kind of just try to pick up on what Theena's deal is while having a conversation with Dee.
Okay. Make 2 insight checks.
Okay.
Gabby, what'd you get?
I got a 19.
19. There is an occasional smattering of maybe you see a few what appears to be a few prairie dog holes in the rolling hills here, and at the edge of the forest behind you, you just see a couple of, in the far distance behind you, a couple of stags just on the edge of the forest drinking from the river. The grasslands themselves are mostly devoid of creatures. There's some small rolling hills and a couple of a few holes from rabbits and as a prairie dog like creatures. But other than that, mostly devoid of. There's a few birds that flutter overhead. The distant cawing of gulls from the ocean to the west, along with the fresh sea air. But beyond that, nothing really, no big game or anything. It's a pretty open field. So you're right, my apologies. It only takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to get there. So in the hour and a half to 2 hours, at a quickened pace to get to 3 miles, we'll say hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes.
If I see any like smallish animal near me, I'm gonna take out some like little snacks and try to lure it.
Okay.
And just see if they let me carry them for a bit.
Roll 3d20 for me.
3d20s.
While we are walking, Theena is using druidcraft to create flowers and is braiding them into a flower crown and staring almost directly down at the ground.
I rolled an 18, a 15, and a 19.
Okay. The creatures seem to all be avoiding you for the time being.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave some food on the floor.
For my insight check on D, I have a dirty 20, and insight check on Theena, I got a 24.
Okay. Also, I just want to let everyone.
Which was a natural 20, so.
Okay, I just want to let everyone know here for Circedon, your first pull again was the Mystic, and your next pull was the Six of Adversaries, which we're going to get to. So 2 last pulls for Circedon here. Circedon, thank you for sticking out with us. If you've got a few more minutes, as soon as we get to town, Circedon, we have this, but we actually got to get there first. So your insight checks on, what was the first one again, and who was it on?
Dirty 20 on D.
Okay.
And a natural 20, which goes to a 24 on Theena.
Okay. So that being known, do you either so the 24 was on Theena?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say general read on Theena. There's that you've never seen anyone like this. They are very different. They're a little bit shy and a little bit skittish. They seem to be nervous. Anything else you want to add, Theena? Or any other thing you want to do do you want to, anything you want to hide? I think that would be fair for the 24. Any thoughts on that?
Is Mygs trying to look at Theena, or is Mygs just trying to get a read on Theena's demeanor?
Probably a combination of that and body language, right?
Combination of both.
Yeah.
She's paying attention to like your demeanor, your body language, anything you contribute to the conversation, because she's having a conversation with D, who's presumably next to you, and it's also just kind of like every once in a while will try to glimpse like your face, but like not enough to like, I guess I want to say it, like not enough to make a normal person uncomfortable.
Yeah, so that would make sense. So if whatever catches of Theena's face you see, and obviously both you and D are much shorter than Theena, so you probably would catch more than somebody who was more towards her height. She doesn't look like anyone you've seen before. She is very strange looking. Looks, like I said, like a plant walking. And she is incredibly nervous. But also she seems to be not super present in what she's doing. Like, she's not necessarily making decisions or actions that she's thinking about necessarily. It's more like autopilot or intuitive things that she is reacting or doing. She doesn't react to interact with the conversation. She has more nervous habits and tics or things that she's reacting to because it seems more like a natural thing versus something she's like actively trying to do.
Okay.
Like the braiding of the flower crown. She doesn't even seem to be looking at it. She's just doing it.
Okay.
Okay. And for Dhalia, that was a 15. So, Dhalia, go ahead and make a deception check for me.
Throughout the walk, Libby will just make like idle chat. Like she'll just talk to people, whomever in the party will talk to her. She'll just like
Love
hang
it.
out with and
Yeah,
Poe will
just
talk to you.
chat with different people, get to know people, that sort of thing.
love it.
I
Poe will
rolled
talk to you.
12.
12. Okay,
Harmony
so
will contribute
Alright,
small
I got a 20
sounds of
against your
agreement.
deception. What's going on
To
over
be
Got it,
fair, I was
yeah.
gonna say, can I give myself disadvantage on the roll because of the earlier insight? Dahlia feels a bit more relaxed, specifically towards Mygs.
I would say, yeah, I mean, yeah. So, I mean,
I rolled low anyway.
yeah. So go ahead and basically, could you please answer L's general inquiry via character?
All right. So what are you trying to get? Really?
Just kind of get like, why are you being so skittish? Why are you so protective of Theena? Just kind of like, Mygs is very purposely not steering the conversation towards Theena so as to make Theena more comfortable. And also wondering what you were doing with the two people we were trying to find, and why were you coming out of the woods? Just kind of like, just like a general, what's your vibe? Like, what are you doing?
What are you up to?
Yeah, what are you
Hey,
up to? And what's your deal?
All right.
Mygs is like, are we maybe on the same side because of my thoughts on the queen and your thoughts on the queen? But also,
I'll say that pretty easily you can tell she's pretty skittish because she's a fucking criminal. Like the way she acts is very like protective in general, like kind of closed off, and like if she gets put on the spot, she'll like switch up and actually have a conversation as a way to like try and cover up. But it's like, and you kind of get the sense that she kind of looks at you as like we're on the same page, maybe. So she lets her guard down a little to like possibly let on a little bit more. And if like the conversation gets steered to like the crown or anything, there's a lot of distaste in general. Although she's not outwardly saying it because Harmony is near enough, just trotting along in front. So it's like being guarded, that acknowledging that she's there. The protectiveness of Athena, it kind of comes across more as like they are innocent, I will protect them for the most part. And because I rolled really fucking low, you kind of also get a bit of a sense of like Theena and Dahlia might be on the same kind of situation where they're not really favored by the crown type thing, so they connected over that. And in general, with Ko and Key, it's a very much accidentally stumbled upon each other, started walking together. And then the woods is just, she's a ranger, so it makes sense.
okay.
For the most part. Huzzah. And there's your tea.
All right. Anyone else on the walk?
Harmony's just keeping quiet.
Okay.
And she's any idle chatter or conversation, she's just listening to it but not paying too much mind to it. She's just focused on getting back and making sure that things are okay on the journey back. And that's about it.
Okay. All right. And after about an hour and a half, an hour and 45 minutes on the uneven plains and slightly rolling terrain, you can see the cherry blossoms of the town of Fairhaven and the hustle and bustle of a rather large town itself as you approach the eastern Fairhaven Bridge. And at the corner of the bridge, cycling back here to Circedon for all of the people who are wondering about what's going on with the Mystic, we're going to do that first. So Circedon's earlier poll with the Mystic, we're going to address this because at the Eastern Fairhaven Bridge, there is a wooden cart that is set up. And there is a bit of a small round table set up outside the cart that has this kind of old, dusty, crimson tablecloth on it with these tassels, these golden cloth tassels. And you can see all of these various different trinkets, and that's really the best way to describe it. Hundreds even of these trinkets inside of the cart with this red and white awning that is frayed in places. And this woman who appears to be in her late 50s, early 60s, dressed with some baubles and some thick golden jewelry and some very intricate beadwork, both on two bracelets that stretch all the way up the arm. And she is in this sort of a silken cloth with also these kind of rough tassels on them as well, sort of that hang down. And she has black hair kind of up in a bun, and she has a spread of tarot cards on the table. And she smiles as you all approach the eastern Fairhaven Bridge, coming into town from the southeast. And as you all approach towards the bridge, she kind of looks at all of you and can't have a fortune read?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Love to.
Sure.
I approach.
Okay. She just says, cards or palm?
Cards.
Takes out a 4-card spread.
Really wonder what she'd do with Libby's palm. It's
sorry.
just like one piece of brass.
A 3-card spread, and she draws 3 cards. First one is... Actually, for in-game tarot, we have something different. I have a whole separate deck for this.
Will I actually find out what happened?
First card is she says, the Diamond Star. And on the card is just a beautiful woman with white hair. This here. This is the Star Temple Oracle. It is you have an air of destiny about you. The stars guide your way to something that eludes you. As you seek your destiny, it will be important to look into the mirror and reflect on who you really are and what your goals and desires truly mean to you, and what it means to look yourself in the mirror. And last, look to your elders, the ancient grandmother. They will guide you on this path. Anyone else? And she just
Ko is gonna step forward and be like, palm, please.
Okay. She makes a gesture as if to ask for coin.
Oh, I give her 2 pieces of gold. 2 gold pieces?
Much obliged, dearie.
Yeah.
Thanks, dear.
I do the same.
Much obliged. Palm. And she takes those palm. Oh. By your very proximity, you are probably the most important here. Your friends will need your help as much as you have reluctance to certain boons. Your friends and companions here will need that in their darkest hours. It may very well save some of your friends, but in the wrong situation, it may also be the downfall of you and your family. Use it wisely. Use it wisely. And she smiles.
She said, "Be careful where you name drop."
Yeah.
Or
I mean, no shit.
or
Yeah, dude.
Be
Or-
careful where you name drop.
or
I'm
not to
dead.
abuse it. Or not to abuse it, at least.
Yeah.
Guys, let's ransom the princess.
Abusing
your
your
Oh
my
privilege.
God.
Not a princess.
Off
Okay,
it.
Maybe a
Mygs will
problem.
step up and hand her 2 gold. Palm,
you.
please.
Just stops halfway through and looks up. And looks back down at the palm and looks back up. Interesting.
Interesting. What do you see here?
Duality. Deception. And a love for those who believe the phrase is the underdog. You've got plenty of them here with you. Hold on to that feeling of wanting to protect the underdog.
Hmm.
It will serve you and your companions well.
Interesting. Thank you.
You do not have to participate. You can always just say, nah, thanks.
I wouldn't mind having a card reading. I'm afraid my palm might present something of a challenge, but
Oh, indeed.
a card
well-
would certainly be interesting.
He says, never done a card reading for a construct before.
I've never received a card reading.
You have just been woken up from a slumber as if birthed anew, the universal midwife here. Strange for a construct, but she brings you a new opportunity to experience life. You just awoke from a long slumber. The enchanter. You are walking as if in a dream. There is something you have not yet awoken from, despite you being here, present. And your future will take you to the stars. This fucking game! This fucking game!
This is not the only time I've had an in-character tarot reading work.
Wow.
The same thing happened in my Curse of Strahd game too.
Ah!
Frickin'
Goosebumps!
tarot
good.
or Taroka card, like legit just described my character's backstory, and I'm like, what?
Yeah. Wow.
That is fascinating. I mean, obviously, I don't know my future yet, but that is uncannily accurate for as far as the past goes.
Don't
Divination
worry.
is alive and well.
It is. Don't worry about any payments. I was happy to do it. Theena, do you take that opportunity to walk by?
Yes.
Okay.
Theena,
She stares
Theena is-
daggers into you as you walk by and just...
Okay, hold on though. Does she make a show about watching Theena?
She seems to be, like, shook by your presence.
Thena's
Do I
gonna-
notice?
Theena will start to walk and then, like, maybe catch that she's watching her and then stop for a second and wait for Libby to start walking away.
Libby, what's your passive perception?
15.
Yeah, anything over a 10 is like, she is like, her jaw is dropped. And Harmony, last but not least, you walk up here, last across the bridge, you see this woman, like, staring at Theena as she crosses.
I'm sorry. Is everything okay? You sort of looked away for a moment.
Are you talking to Theena?
No, Libby was trying to get the fortune teller's attention again.
Oh,
Because you said she was like frozen, staring daggers at Theena.
yeah. It's nothing. Don't worry.
You
Right,
seemed a
well.
little shaken. I'm sorry.
She does like keeps looking over at Theena. Yes. Never mind. Never mind. Carry on.
Harmony, as she kind of like sees everyone walk off, as everyone was getting their readings, there was a lingering moment of I could, and then the more the readings happened, there's kind of this dour expression on her face, and instead she palms 2 crowns to the lady, but says, I don't want a reading, and we'll just walk off.
You just gave her like gold for nothing, or?
Yeah, basically.
And she just...
I
respect the business. I respect the business.
And she says, I thank you for your generosity, daughter of dragons.
Oh.
Well, now I want to know. What?
Well, aren't you a dragon keeper?
You got them
Not quite.
scales and shit.
I do.
You're a dragon?
I have. No.
No, she's
Stop
not.
spreading rumors, Mygs.
Yeah, those nasty rumors.
Sally has a mini panic attack.
Harmony just like hunched over, like.
Also, somebody roll a one of the cards Anna pulled that we can do now is the sorceress. So the sorceress. Somebody go ahead and roll the d4 for me, for Anna.
Here, I got it. Also, I was wondering, me and Emma rolled d4s right before the break, and I don't know if that was resolved.
Not yet.
Okay. I just rolled a 3.
Okay. Everybody roll a d20. One more d20.
I got it 2.
2. All right.
I got a 14.
All right.
I got a 4.
5. Harmony.
18.
All right. 18. Advantage on the next Arcana check.
Damn.
Yep. So that is
For the rest of the session that's about to end.
Yeah, for the rest of the session. But we're almost there. We have a cliffhanger. We might. I suspect you might have maybe a couple of questions after that coming up. So that actually might be useful. So thank you, Anna, for the pull. And we're gonna put this back here. So that is the sorceress. We still have a couple more to resolve. One from Ryu, and the first one from Anna, and then the last one from Sorsadon, which are all at the same time. And what are you? What are you doing with the fortune teller, Harmony?
She stops in her tracks and just no. I will not have my future foretold and given to me. I will make my own future. Have a good day now.
You as well.
Girl boss.
Girl boss, what did I just say?
Yeah.
Number 9, she never
Brain
brings them.
All right.
It is my belief that divination is bullshit.
I don't like your words,
hey,
magic
Aaron.
woman.
Yes.
Can Theena watch the card reader kind of after we get across the bridge?
Yep.
I wanted to ask. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
There.
No, I want to see if Theena can. I don't know what the word is. I guess I want to insight check her. Oh, tiny.
Make an insight check. Go ahead.
Can I actually assist with that, or make one myself? Because I'm also curious.
Yeah. Go ahead. And I'll have you each make an
what
insight
she's-
check.
Okay.
I rolled so bad. Mad.
Yeah, she's difficult to read for Harmony, but let's see what Libby. Let's see what Libby gets here for the insight.
Well, you know what? I got a 12. So
I got a 13, so not great.
Okay. Oh, so
The-
that was Theena making the insight check? Theena and Libby? Okay. For some reason, I thought I heard Harmony make it. All right. So 12, and what did you get, Libby?
13.
Difficult to read, but she seems... It seems almost like a combination... 13, a combination of shock and reverence. Theena, just shock. Also, there are soldiers kind of lined up alongside...
Okay, so you say shock and reverence. So, like, she's surprised to see something like that,
Yes.
but she's in awe of it.
Yes.
It's not so much, like, afraid of it or anything. It's
Yes.
just like, okay.
I wanted to hang back around the fortune teller after everyone had gotten had passed by and ask her, you spoke of the future. Do you also look into the past?
Not today, dearie.
That's fair. And she will go away. And catch up.
All right. You can see that there is an unusually large contingent of soldiers. It seems like as if the ship that you had come with, the ship that you had come along with, Harmony, Mygs, and Libby, has emptied out and repositioned themselves. It's big. Yeah. All right. Sort of along this
Oh, I thought it was
walkway.
one large man.
Theena has when she saw the guys cross the bridge, she did go to the complete opposite side of them.
You got it. And there
This
are...
bitch does not want to get noticed by any more fuckers.
There are...
Get that girl a disguised self. Stat.
I feel you. I know. The only problem is I'm not sure if it would work.
Because of your horns?
The disguised self will still, like, cover them up, but if someone tries to touch your head, they would notice them. So just, no
You're
touching.
really cool. So it wouldn't matter that much.
We'll see if we can hook you up with a hat of disguise at some point.
The hat of disguise sits on her bark crown.
Okay, so as you are kind of distracted by the woman, you can hear kind of shouting in the distance, and it's sort of "Attention!" And there's a shifting along this sort of chain of guards here outside of the barracks, and you can see that the gate has already been opened, and there are two individuals making their way down from the gate on the main road towards your general direction. Harmony, you immediately recognize these two individuals.
Is it Sussy Baka?
It is Sussy Baka.
Oh, I love that.
It's Sussy Baka and Mysterious Woman.
Mm-hmm.
And
Harmony will pause and just wait. Almost like instinctually standing at attention the moment they come along.
Libby will casually sort of move a little bit to also help hide Theena. She's not super
Okay.
tall or anything, but like an extra body can only help.
It's so cute that these
Fuck
two
yes.
tiny people are in front of this. How tall did I make this poor baby?
Like 6'2".
6'7" actually.
okay, I'm very excited to have people here for this. To have a full chat for this. All right. Goosebumps.
I'm afraid.
Mygs will be
Alright.
standing next to Harmony, because she notices that it looks like Harmony's trying to, like, I don't know, impress somebody. So she'll stand next to her, and if the mood strikes her, maybe she'll ruin the impression.
The following figures approaching quickly, confidently, as this row of knights just kind of attention as they kind of walk by, and you can see that there are hundreds, like about 100, less than 100 soldiers inside. You can see them drilling, and the inside of this fort here. That is, for Ko specifically, the sound of so many soldiers is kind of new, and you can hear just 1, 2, 3 from inside the fort as these individuals approach with big smiles on their faces. At least the first one.
As they get closer, Harmony will salute.
You salute, and he says, Harmony! Darling. Hello!
A pleasure to see you again.
And approaching, I'm going to share these artsy bits here. The first one up front, and a woman walking kind of lockstep behind him. As there's a guard station here that just kind of turns, snaps to attention. Sir! And he just waves a hand. At ease, and approaches the group.
Wait, Aaron, is this the same uniform as the people from before?
No. It's different.
Oh my god.
But
Were these guys our VIPs?
Yes,
in the
these are your
Yeah.
VIPs from the one shot.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Let me turn the music mod up here for a second. Which... And the air just kind of leaves the room. Dhalia, make a history check for me, please.
Is this our man? Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it is.
The air leaves the room.
I don't have
We're all
any
standing outside.
modifiers.
The oxygen leaves the surrounding area.
The world dies.
God.
I got 17.
All the grass
Isn't this the
is
guy
beautiful.
that sent the thing to kill or to capture Theena?
This is... Okay, 17. You know exactly who this is. This is Darius Essex. This is the commander of the Aeroth Takal, the Dragon Keepers. He is the most powerful spellcaster inside of the Vas'Kratoria, and he is here on Halivas. He is probably the most dangerous man to you and your companions, and he's standing right before you, smiling and addressing Harmony as a friend, or as a cohort in the situation. Mygs and Libby seem to immediately recognize him as well as he approaches. And the woman behind him just kind of begins to step to the right. Go ahead, Dhalia.
Dhalia immediately, like, she has a scarf around her neck, immediately pulls it up to hide most of her face, steps back and starts having a mini panic attack.
So this is not the Butcher of Baraktal, but he works directly. The Butcher of Baraktal retired and transferred his position to Darius Essex. The Butcher of Baraktal is that is, hang on, let me get the exact name. I sent it to L.
That is still enough to make Dhalia panic as fuck. Oh,
Valid.
Theena.
If you had seen this dick do what we saw him do in our one shot, yeah.
Sirach Arendiel is the Butcher of Baraktal, a high elf mage of considerable renown, and the engineer of the Dragon's Bite chemical weapon that was unleashed upon the people of Baraktal. And he just said, "Welcome." Yes, and who do we have here? Kohilarion Meliamne. Your mother is worried sick about you, darling. What are you doing here on Halivas?
God damn it. Did
Nope.
she send you?
It came across my desk, but don't worry. It seems as if you have discovered, upon my request, my associate here, Harmony, who is tasked with bringing you back to town. I trust Harmony and, of course, our emissary Mygs and our wonderful new friend, Libby, Liber Alba. Hello, Libby.
Hello again.
At the very least, I trust Harmony to your care, and Harmony, I have
Yes.
need of you on the mainland at some point, but there is much work to be done here. That being said, when you return to the mainland, would you please take Ko with you and eventually have them make their way back to Adrakalina to at least check in with their parents. I will make sure to send a message so that no more wayward servants, disgraced servants of your former household have to get murdered by... And he just kind of looks directly at Key, and y'all can let Rory know and just... Never mind. And turns back to the rest of you.
I will be sure to escort Ko right back home.
Theena...
I was gonna give Harmony a dirty look.
Theena, are you looking at either of these individuals?
Theena maybe caught sight of this guy walking up, saw Dhalia immediately move in front of her, and did the same thing she did before, where she has suddenly become very interested in what the floor looks like. And, wow, is that a pebble on her shoe? What the hell is that? She's not looking up, not making eye contact, and she's trying to be as, like, disinterested as possible.
Dahlia's grabbing your hand very tightly right now as well.
Yeah,
And...
she's...
Go ahead.
And Libby is very deliberately, like, blocking eyeline to Theena.
So as this is happening, the last thing he says before the general area around you goes silent is, right, that being said, Harmony, I already have yours, but for your traveling companions, as there are matters of national security here, or realm security, that are of great import, I will need, for your traveling companions here, that you seem to have picked up along the way, a sample of their blood.
Hell fucking no.
No, that's
no.
a bad idea.
We're not doing the forced grave thing. We're not doing that again, Aaron.
Thank you, Anna.
I do not actually have blood.
Would he technically have mine?
Pee in a cup, Libby.
And
I do not have a digestive system either.
after this, he looks directly at Dhalia.
He was very visibly shaken up.
And he just looks right at you and grins and smiles and says, "Do we know each other from somewhere?"
She's gone full dissociative, panicking, gripping Venus' hand.
And
Full dissociation.
whose hand
We're
are you
gonna see
gripping
another
so?
really scary Theena moment?
Whose hand are you
I'm
gripping?
scared.
Theena, have you made eye contact with any of them?
Theena has... Would she be able to do it in maybe a way that was a little more, like, where she might be able to look up a bit without him necessarily being able to see her full face?
First of all, make a wisdom saving throw for me, Theena.
God, fuck, damn it!
Oh, this is bad, y'all. This is bad.
No,
This is not
it's for something else.
This
I
man
know,
is
but
the
this
reason.
situation is bad, Aaron.
This man is the reason we didn't die when we came face to face with an old god spawn in our 0.
I might have
This man is the
succeeded.
reason why millions have died for no reason.
I rolled a 19.
But
Ooh,
he's
that's a
kind
good
of
roll.
hot, though.
Oh
He
no,
is
bro!
hot.
He's hot!
Hang on, let me check his spell save DC here.
Libby is unfazed by his hotness.
You just
His
made
DC
it.
is
His
19.
spell save DC is 19.
Fuck him!
So it's actually not a spell. It is you begin shaking, and your hand as when you see this person approach. Part of the reason you hid, Dhalia and Libby, you notice that Dhalia is not Dhalia. You notice that Theena is shaking, and Theena, your heart is pounding, and your hand is gripping Dhalia so tightly, and your other free hand is like quivering, and your heart jumps up into your chest and just you feel that feeling when you know that feeling of dread, like that fight or flight response. When you, it's a combination of fight or flight and a trauma response, and this man paralyzes you with fear, but you're able to shake it off and not completely dissociate into an inaudible puddle.
I have a question.
Yes.
When he was like, do we know each other? Have they ever actually interacted or been close calls?
He's been responsible for exterminating several rebel cells throughout Valerian and throughout Veltheria. Since he took over, he has personally eliminated at least 3 previous attempts at establishing forts on the mainland.
Oh, Dahlia's not having a fun time.
Mygs is when she notices that neither of them answer, like after like a quick beat, like she doesn't like wait very long, she'll just step in and say, "Oh, sir, we had just found them on our way into the woods doing a political errand for the mayor. And they had told us that they were just recently attacked by some wild animals. As you know, that's such a problem in the woods right now. And we offered to escort them back, which is why they seem so terribly shaken."
Right. Miss, would you mind stepping forward for me? Just so I can see that beautiful face that you seem to be hiding away?
He unfortunately has a very terrible
Skin condition.
Acne, you hate to see it.
The woman kind of
And
begins making her way through
unfortunately
you.
quite unsightly.
Is the woman moving towards Theena right now?
She has a curious look about her, but yeah, she just wants to get a look.
Do we recognize the woman?
Do you? I would say make a history check. Or
Surely it should be her decision to step forward.
and he says, "Nonsense! Don't make me command. Issue a command. it is so uncouth." 16. This is Alessia von Macht. This is the second highest ranking member of the Dragon Keepers, and she is sometimes known as the Torch. The fires that are usually lit to exterminate these cells are usually from her hand. She also specializes in evocation and destructive magics. And she's just trying to take a step forward too. There is, Theena, there is a bit of you that, for a moment, your heart slows down just a bit, and you feel something different. It has to do with the footsteps, the approach.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Aaron, you son of a fucking bitch.
What about the footsteps? Wait, what?
Hey, Aaron, can I see this woman? Like, maybe her lower half of her body, or maybe her hands would be?
Yep.
Yeah, what do they look like, Aaron? Do they look familiar to Athena?
Are you looking?
Yep. Fuck it.
You look at this woman, and your heart slows down, and you look at her, and she is just the facial expression on her face is.
Can you turn towards our camera, Aaron?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, you're all good.
She just, the facial expression that she has is just.
I'm sure Thena's face is also a little bit like.
Is that your mother?
No.
And she is just like, this look of shock is just staring directly at you.
Forgive me, sir, but is there a functional difference between threatening to use your power and using your power? In the end, isn't it simply coercion, and forceful coercion at that?
No. And yes. And who is it Alessia. And they just stare. Make a perception check.
Who?
You.
Can I, never mind.
This is bad, y'all.
This is accurate.
Oh no!
Actually, hold on.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay. Hard to really get a look at her hands from, unless you were closer. But it looks like a hand, the one that she has free out of a glove. But she just stares at you and then just kind of seems to shake it off, and she kind of looks at you again and squints, and then seems to have a confused look on her face. And you do the same. You have this strange, unexplainable... But you've never seen this woman before in your life. And kind of walking around from the other side of the road, kind of behind the crowd, you feel that sense of terror rising up within you once more.
Actually, Aaron.
Yes. The Libby is spinning
Thaumaturgy
around.
is vocational only.
Yeah.
Can Theena make a whisper of thaumaturgy? One of the aspects is you can create an instantaneous sound. Can she try and make that musical bit?
Oh, you're a genius. You're a genius.
Confused.
Don't worry about it.
You... Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, shit.
There's a lot going on here. I have to see if she can beat her own wisdom saving throw. But think about that for a second.
I think you just found like your creator, your mother, your captor.
Oh, jeez. She does.
I love
Yeah,
that
I,
Aaron do that.
You see...
she does all right.
You see her take... And, Darius kind of standing right next to Harmony, just... Is everything alright? And just kind of takes a step over and says, Oh. Oh, wonderful. Fantastic. This is very interesting. And as he's saying this, you can see he seems to be extremely amused. And she kind of thumbs something in her pocket and then looks back at Darius and kind of takes a step back this way through the crowd and just walks away. And seems to be determined as to what she's doing. And then Darius takes a couple steps forward. And... Oh, you are lovely. And that feeling of dread swells up within you once more. As he's just staring at you. And then you look back instinctively at this woman for what reason you don't know. And you see her just take a small something and just press it against her forehead. And as you begin to use thaumaturgy to hum that song, that yes, it is quiet steam. Daria says, "Oh, and musically talented too." He seems to not know anything about what's going on. As this is happening, and you see her put this, whatever this is, on her forehead. Jeez, I can't believe she beat her own spell save DC.
I can. She has a +9 modifier.
Theena's gonna put the hand that is currently wearing that ring up to her face.
Okay. And
It's kind of like...
God.
Yeah, no, she's just like putting it up towards her face. Do I feel anything with it?
No, it just feels like a ring, but when you look through your fingers, you can see from the far side of the road, while Darius has his back turned, this woman just, hand still on her forehead, looks back at Darius and looks back at you and begins to, a little bit of silver thread kind of just out of her head, but she stops for a second and has this look of sadness on her eye. And she looks kind of at the silver thread, and she seems like she's still missing something. There's not an instant recognition in her face, but you can see something there is happening, and she seems to be just as confused as you are. And you are the same thing. You're equally as confused. And as she kind of pulls on this silver thread, she looks just terribly confused. But as she does, she seems like she just... I'll look over here at the camera, and she's just... And as she looks confused, almost as if, like, to question what she's doing, she looks back at you, and her eyes soften just a bit, still confused, as if she doesn't know why she's doing this. But she, in that moment with Darius back turned, she just takes her left hand and
Theena will do it too. I'm so confused. Start to reach.
Darius just kind of leans in and just, oh, that's curious. And as you look back, she pulls the silver thread, wraps it around her finger, tucks it in her pocket, and puts her hand down. And Darius looks back, and she just looks back at Darius, and he kind of just like, whatever, shrugs it off and looks back at the rest of you.
Quirky.
Well, I'll let you get back to it. That's where we're going to end the session.
Ooh, I'm so confused.
What?
This is terrifying.
What?
He...
What? Also, I know he's like super bad and everything, but I
He's
kind of
so
just,
hot.
I really love Darius. I can't help it.
I'm like hyperventilating right now. I'm like,
Oh, so
Libby,
That was
Libby is pretty sure he doesn't see her as a person.
Probably
So, like-
not.
Harmony, just for you. When Theena tears his head off, she will give it to you.
Oh my god, thank you so much.
Now that is love. That's love. Right
I
there.
I
What?
appreciate that so
I don't know
much.
Yeah,
what's
no,
about to
it's like-
happen. But this bit,
Harmony has many questions.
We will lose
let
this
the
fight.
speculation, let
What
the
was that?
speculation just fly.
He will steamroll this party if we try to fight him right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no
And
intention
we
of
saw
fighting
him in
Yeah.
action. He will wreck our shit
yeah, he
By the
can
way-
in like a round.
he can just chain spell power word kill because of the artifact he has.
Oh boy.
And because we're like
He's been
level
alive
2,
for more than
What?
200 years.
Your boy basically has the Infinity Gauntlet. That's not really an exaggeration. He has the Infinity Gauntlet.
It's not that powerful.
I don't know, it feels kind of that powerful.
Go
Who's been
go look at
alive
the
for
cover
more
of Dragon
than 200 years?
Heist.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That's evil. At level 2?
Yep.
At level
Libby-
2? You give us
Libby
this
was-
asshole that you can't even fight?
Mhm.
She
Don't you love it?
Aspiration.
I went there.
asshole at level 1
I
in
went there.
session 0.
Listen, I had no problems with him.
We got
Do you
fucking
want-
sure you did.
harassed by this dude, like,
He
right
gave
off.
you a goddamn promotion and a sending
Yeah.
stone.
Yep.
Gave me
You're
a
happy.
promotion. He likes me. Honestly, my prospects in this job role I currently have look pretty great.
Yeah.
See, he
Even though
treated
he's sussy baka.
He is definitely a sussy baka for
Emma,
sure.
how you
See-
feeling?
Emma's shaking.
Same.
Yeah.
your boy treats Libby like a toy. So, like, she's not fond.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he completely dismisses anything I try to say.
He does.
So I'm like, great.
Yeah, Anna knows he's got the damn glove.
He's a war criminal without any sense of morale.
I mean, come on, who hasn't
Just wait until
met
you
a
meet
war criminal?
Just wait until you meet the Butcher of Barak Tal, the criminal, the fucking war
She
criminal
won't do
chemical
this
weapons
to me.
guy.
Don't do this to
Met
me.
him.
She was
See,
alive
this-
when that shit happened.
Yes.
See, this is what she's doing in session 1. Imagine what she's going to be doing to us in, like, session 60.
Oh my god.
This to me, 100%. I gave this woman no ammunition, and she said, "Heh."
Same, though. Same.
Like, if you give me
I
no
have
ammunition,
nothing.
I will create my own. To use
My-
against you.
My only backstory notes were she old and she nerdy, and that's it. That's all I gave. That's all I gave her.
Aaron a vibe. That was it.
That was enough, apparently.
When I was told to Erin about my backstory, she was like, "You do realize it's gonna make the campaign a bit complicated, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I acknowledge that." And she was like, "Okay, deal with the consequences." I'm like, "I'm fine. I am not fine right now."
Yeah.
This shit is scary.
I love the implication
That was
that
the
it
same
wasn't
thing when
going
I
to
was,
be
like,
complicated.
Talking
Like,
about
it
my
was-
backstory, as he was like, there's gonna be some consequences, and I'm like,
I
I'm
know.
really pissed.
Yeah, exactly. Like that was basically the exact same thing. I wasn't expecting consequences in the first session.
I haven't
That's
reached
a
any
record breaker, isn't it?
Yeah.
My heart is
Foreshadowing.
pounding right now because of this whole
Just-
session. And like,
Erin, you've given Theena and Dhalia the worst day ever. Okay, this is all of this, even session 0, everything in one day. Are you kidding me? Dhalia died and has to deal with this asshole in one day.
yep.
That's mean.
It's a
I
living.
don't see any. I don't
Next
see
level-
any feasible way that any of us are sticking together.
Next level, I get
You'd be
second
surprised.
level spells, and I'm gonna be using calm emotions on everybody all the time.
Harmony,
All
are
my
you
spell
a,
slots for
Three
calm
groups
emotions.
Do not trust each other.
What did you say?
are you a dragon keeper?
No.
You're a war criminal.
No, I would never. Become a war criminal? Don't. I would.
This is
I would
fucked
never.
up.
Yeah.
How is this party going to function? Do you know what? It's gonna be fun.
Poorly. It's gonna function poorly.
Do you know what we do? We don't function. We just have weekly therapy sessions in camp.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm
The
gonna
off
do that.
Week, you just have a therapy session.
Holy
We need art of like we need
Yeah.
art of like group therapy.
Yeah.
Emma, you seem to have some thoughts and ideas as to what you think might be going on.
Yeah, an old elven love song.
Hey, Aaron.
Uh-huh.
Is this your wife?
Hey, Aaron.
Is your
Is
wife?
this your wife? You have a wife?
You don't even know what you are. How do you have a wife?
Amnesia.
Spoilers. I'm not saying
And the
nothing.
thing
Y'all can
that she
speculate
was
all you
doing with like
Wait,
holding
wait.
her fingers to the temple and like
They have reasons.
Is that
I
a
have a
spell?
feeling I know what she was doing.
Yeah.
And I can't.
Aaron,
Yes.
was that a spell she was doing with the silver string thing?
Not technically.
Okay.
Renee is on the right track. Renee has some ideas.
Renee spilled the tea.
So let's see, Renee.
I don't know. Like y'all keep saying I'm working with the dragon keepers. Like
Don't say
don't
y'all.
know.
I didn't say that.
I don't know.
Really don't
You
I
are
know,
though.
I'm kind of offended right now. I came here to play a hottie with a swimsuit body, and
You know what you are. I was in your
Very
session
excited
0.
for Hottie with the swimsuit body, TBH.
We're all a
Your
little bit
character's
hot.
hot as fuck.
I just want some books. I just want a
Yeah.
library.
Everyone went, I'm gonna make the hottest fucking bitch.
Yeah.
And then Avalon went, porcelain doll.
I dig
The,
it. We digs it.
There
And I
are a
love that.
few main influences. Aziraphale from Good Omens,
Uh-huh.
specifically the show version. A barn owl, which is actually part of where her name comes from. The Alba comes from the scientific name of a barn owl. And then her body is largely inspired by a ball joint doll or a BJD. I'm not into that. Community or hobby, but I had a friend who was, and I like the overall design. So like under the clothes that she's wearing, each of her joints would be like a ball joint. So they're capable of moving sort of in weird, unnatural ways if she needs them to. But yeah.
Ooh, we're gonna raid Sir Heckalot.
I don't know what that
need
is.
to go get ready for bed. I have work in the morning.
You got it.
I
super
need
fun.
to
Also go sleep. It's
Yes.
extremely early in the morning for you.
so why do I need to sleep?
Because you haven't yet, and we know it.
Hey, Renee, Gabby's
Yeah.
telling on you because her window currently shows daylight.
No, you snitch! No.
Have you consumed any water? Either?
I
May?
have. I've consumed quite a bit of water.
Quite a
I'm
bit for,
ashamed.
like-
hydrate or die straight. So
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
Alright.
food? Have you consumed food?
I have
Sidebar.
consumed
We're
food.
gonna raid in the process. We're gonna raid Sir Heckalot. They are a queer, non-binary channel. Amazing people. Awesome D&D stuff. They're just also awesome people. So we're gonna show them some love and go ahead and raid that channel now. So we're gonna say this.